Good morning, everybody, and reconvene our hearings meeting for this Monday, the 6th of May, which is also one of our elected members' birthdays. Happy birthday, Councillor Belsky. Great way to spend your birthday.
Thanks very much, Alan.
So welcome to our last day of hearings, and so we can get straight into it with a number of our speakers here. First up, welcome Alice. Come and join us at the table. Alice is speaking on behalf of the Bay Nessian District Community Development Trust. Welcome to the table. Just press your speaking buttons so they're on green. Yep, you're good to go. So we have your written report. Take that as read. You are welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Fantastic, thank you. Kia ora koutou, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Just take this out of here because the silver lining to COVID was the substantial increase in people walking and cycling, active transport. Need to use this. Today, the City to Sea Rail Trail Manawatu is asking for your endorsement, but we are not asking for funding.
Well, that's a joke.
I thought you'd be pleasantly surprised. Thank you. Our vision is to be a great trail within Manawatu's interconnecting off-trail network. There is a missing link within the corridors of trails within and around our region. Because of this missing link, the region is missing out on significant economic opportunities through tourism. There are no trails between Sanson and Foxton or Foxton to Palmerston North. But with your endorsement, there would be the City to Sea Rail Trail. It's the missing piece of active transport infrastructure within our region. With the completion of the trail between Feilding and Palmerston North, the gorge to Palmerston North, and the rail trail, all corridors would finally be interconnected. Excitingly, this would include a coast-to-coast option from Napier to Foxton, and in the future, from Wellington to Sanson. Envisage a Manawatu where trails aren't just paths, but arteries pulsing with life, connecting communities and unlocking the full potential of our region. CEDA indicate that a coast-to-coast ride will attract a far larger number of international cyclists and walkers to the Manawatu region. I just ask you to consider for a moment why this matters. A, it's about mitigating the impact of the environment. Active transport causes no pollution problems unless, of course, you're counting sweat or perspiration if you're a lady. It does save money. Promoting alternative modes of transport, such as cycling and walking, we actively contribute to the preservation of our natural surroundings, social wellbeing, mental health and longevity. It's also about fostering a thriving region. The City to Sea Rail Trail will strengthen rural communities in both the northern and southern sections of the Manawatu region. I'm just going to pop down to... Imagine Feilding, Palmerston North and Foxton acting as a hub for cyclists, benefiting a wide range of businesses. Vibrant hub spikes, offering half-day, full-day or overnight bike trips around the Manawatu region, with local, regional and international tourists economically benefiting the region's towns and villages as they enjoy all there is to offer in the wider Manawatu. CEDA stated the rail trails could generate strong local cyclist, walker and runner interest. As it complements other cycleways, it would attract a far wider cohort of adventure cyclists, both young and old, wanting to experience the historical rail trail, along with a mix of unique and valuable links to places of interest across the region, attracting more domestic and international visitors. The City to Sea Rail Trail is unique, having clear points of difference from other trails. A big one is the fact that we would only be a grade 1-2, which is almost non-heard of anywhere in New Zealand, because most places in New Zealand have some bumps. We are a historic rail trail, which always appeals to people. We finish at a beach, which only one other ride in New Zealand does. There's the opportunity for shuttle businesses, the opportunity for transport up the river at some stage in the future, and includes the opportunity for overnight stays in places like Himitangi, Foxton, or Marais along the route. The rail trail would strengthen relations with iwi through storytelling and cultural representation along the trail via information boards. The trail's historical narrative fosters a deep appreciation of our shared Māori and European heritage. In addition to this, there's the opportunity for local maraes to connect with travellers. There is the opportunity for events. Our vision, however, requires action from you. We respectfully ask the Manawatu District Council to take the next step. Please endorse the rail trail in this long-term plan round so we can access community funding, so we can get development detailed plans and costing estimates through CEDA, so we can lobby Waka Kotahi to appear in their RLTP. Waka Kotahi clearly state that biking is good for the balance sheet. Making cycling a safe and more attractive transport choice is a key priority for them. We are asking all councils in this long-term plan round to endorse the rail trail in this plan. So that's Horizons, Horowhenua, Palms North and yourselves. Your endorsement isn't just a stamp of approval, it's a commitment to our region's economic and tourist growth. Your endorsement ensures the rail trail becomes a reality. In closing, together, let us propel Manawatu towards a brighter future. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you for that. This is a very exciting project that this council has been following and
Yes.
in previous years has supported.
Yes.
My question to you is, can you explain to us where the project is at right now, and for us to endorse it and through the LTP, what sort of budget figure are we talking about that you need for the next stage for a commitment from this council along with the other councils?
Okay, so right at the moment, we aren't asking for funding at all. Our 3-year strategic plan is around getting certain strips of the railway line mown so that people can clearly see that it's there, to organise an event which we will apply to community funding for assistance with, and then with the plan to start doing things like our information board and marketing. So we have our logo and, just branding. You understand when I use that term. That's our goal over the next 3 years, and to get an annual event going on the bits of trail that we presently have access to, which is between Longburn and what would you call it, Hopkins Farm, and then from Rangiotu through to Himitangi turnoff. So, yes, did I answer your question?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Thank
Yeah.
you. So you would be looking to make an application to our community event fund?
Yes, and other funding. So looking at like central, Eastern and Central lotteries, those sort of things.
Yes.
Because our focus at the moment is getting on to the RLTP, because NZTA has the responsibility for 2 parts of the trail. So that's why at the moment we're simply asking for the endorsement, because without that, really, it's going to be really hard to go forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And you've made a submission to the RLTP?
No, I didn't know we could.
Okay. Yeah, we could, because, well, actually the submission period has closed. They've had the hearings for it.
Okay.
But I do recall seeing this project on the list, yeah,
Right.
for discussion.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Enough from me. Any other questions from the team? Councillor Short.
Irina
Alison.
Ellis, thank you. It is an exciting project and I'm sure we're all rooting for you that we make some progress. Have you had any dealings with the Walking Access Commission? I just know that when the Hongina community were putting in a walkway a few years ago, the Walking Access Commission sits underneath the Prime Minister's office, I think.
Right.
And there's a local representative here in the Manawatu, and they help with all the legalities of
Oh, right.
access ways and all that sort of thing. I'm sure you can find, don't know the contact off the top of my head, but I'm sure that there could be something there that might help you, and they might have case studies of other places.
Okay. that'd
And
be
the
great.
other one I wanted to just ask you about, we've had another community putting in another rather substantial walkway proposal, and although you wouldn't link up, you're on opposite sides of the district. The Huanui community are also
sure.
looking at, because the Te Aroha Trail goes in their area and linking up to the New Gorge Road. So
Right.
just a couple of connections there you might be able to
Fantastic.
make
Thank
and
you.
hopefully find useful.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Nothing further. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the submission. It is a fantastic concept. It's a fantastic project, fantastic potential. My concern is that I've been hearing about it for many years and no one's ever indicated to me where the bulk of the money might be coming from. So you've indicated what
Right.
might happen in the next 3 years, but it's still
Right.
not really addressing who's going to build it, where's the money coming from, and so it would be nice to have a little bit more knowledge around that.
Yep.
Today's the first time I've heard about the Napier connection link, which that makes that adds to the excitement of it all, and I guess Palmerston North benefits it the most again, but that's cool. But yeah, are you able to elaborate a little bit more on
Right.
that?
So in short, unless we get this endorsement, we can't take the next step with CEDA. It's that simple. And with CEDA, they will do all the detailed planning around the costing side of things, which require. What we do know at the moment is that it's $6.1 to $9.5 million for the trail. That doesn't include the bits that NZTA are going to do, and and you're right, there are two areas between Hopkins Farm and Rangiotu, and specifically that bit is going to be the most expensive part. Sorry if we don't have that map up. Okay, and that includes two bridges, which I believe have gone up 34%. I cannot answer your question right at the moment because we do not have that next step, and that's why I'm basically asking all councils in this round for endorsement, because we cannot take the next step. And I know you all want this information and we want it too. There are parts of the trail where we are going to need funding, but at the moment we do not have the answer to the question of where that funding will come from. But yes, I guess we will come to you at some point and say, hey, can you help? But right at the moment, that's not our focus, because we're not even going to get to have that conversation if we don't get endorsement.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Yes, again, like others have said, very exciting project. We have been hearing about it for a while. We're keen to get something started, and I'm sure, and you understand that, if we could get a small section up and running so people get a taste of it.
Yeah, and that's our plan with the Longburn to Hopkins Farm, which is State Highway 56. It's just so we're going from Longburn through to the Y intersection, which when we call it Hopkins Farm because they own the farm on the right-hand side. So it's just that's the key bit that we want to get up and running this year.
Great. Councillor Belsky.
Just clarify. Just clarify. Some of the illustrations show the cycleway walkway coming to Highway 1, and then it goes straight across to Himatangi, and then some of them show the cycleway starting further down Highway 1 on the Himatangi side. It just looks a bit confusing.
Right, yes. Okay, so what you're looking at is our plan always was to go through to Himatangi one of the suggested routes by Cedars Stratford consultants was to take a slightly different route. Our vision is still to go straight across to Hamatangi Beach and to follow the railway line down to Foxton on State Highway 1 to Foxton Town, just like the historical one did, because that's the strongest story.
And have you worked out how to get over Highway 1?
No, we haven't yet. There are a couple of possibilities. One includes that Owen Greg has a, what do you call it, a cow pass? Underpass. And so that is something we're going to be talking to him with this year.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, so thank you for your submission. Thank you for coming. And more importantly, thank you to you and your team for your ongoing passion in this project.
Thank you. Appreciate your
Thanks.
time. Thank you.
Okay, our next submitter, we're on page 8. And Huiatahi Nuku, come and join us at the table. Warm welcome. So we're on page 8. Thank you for your written submission, which we have read. So welcome to the table to both of you. And so hand it over to you to highlight, and then there may be some questions.
Te mea tuatahi ke te mihi ki a koe e te kahika, Helen. Kia koutou katoa ngā kai kaunihira. E te upoko Shane, tēnā koe. Ki ngā kaimahi, i tai mai mō tō i tēnei rā, ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Kia kōrua te Piriti, Bridget. Kia koe hoki, Gerald. Ngā nui toa mātou aroha kia kōrua. I didn't realise I was going to be so nervous.
Oh, take your time.
It's almost like 100 years in the council. This one or Palmerston North. So I don't know, but I am nervous. And I guess I just missed the best, the group that I should mihi to the most. Tēnā koutou tōku whānau. So they're here, and I guess others we can't see are here with us all the time.
Absolutely.
All right. I've only got, yes, I was told to say by someone I hold very dear to me that knows everything, before I actually start saying, I will take my submission as read. She said, don't forget to say that. And so she didn't say anything else about what I should say. But anyway.
Well done.
Yes. But I've got only two items to talk about today. So because there's been some great kōrero in the last 2 days, and I'm sure there's more to come.
Yes.
For us. So, and they're recommendations more than kōrero. And recommendations that I'm calling recommendations too, or, you know, and the first one is, I recommend that the Manawatu District Council, with the support of Māori, affirm Te Tiriti o Te Waitangi as the constitutional basis of partnership between Māori and the Crown. Should we have a rest on that? On the Crown. And the second one is the recommendation, I'll go straight to that one, is we recommend ngā tapuai o Mātangi, that the Manawatu District Council support and continue to have ngā tapuai o Mātangi representation at the council table. The thing is, working through to affirm the Te Tiriti or Waitangi in there, it'll be easier to not have to. I'm going to put this way now. I don't want to read a script that I don't write. You know, it's just sometimes, every time the voting comes around, local government or you know, central, every time an issue comes up, it feels as if we're under fire. For anything, whether it's, I don't know, whatever it is today, yeah. But it feels like we're continually fighting for something. And I know we can have all these relationships. We do have a relationship. The people that live on the land have a relationship with the council. People that, like me, that don't, I was going to say that don't pay rates here, but actually we do, because we have our land out at the out home at Tukurangi. So somebody's paying those rates, but we're part of all of that. So we do have relationships, and we've got to look after those relationships and work together with those things. So, and we believe that Bridget in that space has done a fantastic job for us, and getting us closer. And it's not this, it's quite a scary place. It's almost like a courthouse. What should I say? What shouldn't I say? Did this work? Did that not work? All of those things. We know that the workers in the back are all working their, ends off. And all of that hard work going in there. But just to say that that's how we feel. We often feel, what have we done? What haven't we done? Aren't we good enough? But I think, well, Bridget, and even if it wasn't Bridget, Ngā Tapuai or Mātangi is the thing, is the taonga, if you like, with that. And actually, Article 2 says we have to look after the taonga. Oh, that was a thing I didn't write down. To look after and nurture the taonga. So Ngā Tapuai or Mātangi is a taonga, whoever's in the seat. That's all I want to say, I think.
Excellent. No, well done. You've done well. Thank you for that. Now I'll open it up for any questions from our team, please. Councillor Short.
Morena.
Morning.
More of a comment than a question. I think it's pretty evident to us, these having a Māori ward, the voice that's coming through this year through the long-term plan from Tangata Whenua is huge compared to one or two in the past, and it's great to see so many people having the confidence to come in and talk to us, and we don't bite. So it's lovely to have you here, and it's very clear to me that having a Māori ward has enhanced your participation at a local government level.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. Probably you and some others think this is a bit scary coming in here, but I'm just wondering if you got any thoughts about how we could make it less scary, and encourage further dialogue and things. So we've really enjoyed the last 2 days with the number of groups that have, like yourselves, that have come in and talked with us. It's been wonderful. How can we make this better and a little bit less scary and encourage more people to come in?
I guess that's the thing, and that's one side of it, is that we need to up our game as well. So, we could have maybe next time our hearings at one of our marae. Maybe we could, and then you'll be scared, and then we'll be all on the same level. Yes, we'll all had a turn at everything. So that's one practical thing, and we have been. For good reasons, busy, just like you got, you and we mostly do things in the weekend and, when we come back to the marae and things. So, that's one way to do that.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? No. Thank you. Thank you for coming today and being brave. It's not it wasn't that bad, was it?
It wasn't that bad, no. I had Shane, but got my back down there, I think. Maybe there's Francis over there that I can see.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for taking the time to make a submission and, more importantly, coming and speak to it. And thank you to your support people as well. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. I'm going to keep sitting here while Noel is
That's not a problem. Okay. Right, so we're on page 10, Te Rangi Māori e Marae. And so welcome again, and I'll hand it over to you.
Tēnā tātou, tūtahi, tēnā mihi ki a koe, e whaia no tā mātou kai whakahaere o tēnei kaupapa huri no ko tēnei tepu. Tēnā mihi ki a koutou, koutou nā kanohi o tēnei hāpori, hei whae tētahi ara ki mua. Huri no ki a koe, Bridget, tēnā mihi ki a koe, nā te mea ka mōhio ahau, he tēnā taumaha ka pai e koe kei te noho ki te wanganui tēnei. Huri no ki a koe, Shane. Tēnā mihi ki a koe. Ko koe te pau i te pō i te ao. Nō reira he mihi ki a koe. Huri no tā mātou tēnā kaupapa o tēnei whare o te kai mana ki ngā kai mahi. Tēnā mihi ki a koutou. Ki tēnei o tā mātou whare o tā mātou whānau. Tēnā mihi ki a koutou ki te haramai hei aki ki a māua. Huri no ki a koe hoki, Janet, mō tā mātou kaupapa o Sira ki te haramai hei tautoko. He tēnā mihi ki a kōrua. Kia ora. It is wonderful to be here, and this is actually my second submission I'm reading to, and I tautoko what Pai said. When I went to go do my submission at PNCC, I got nervous. I got nervous because my dad sent me in there with all the points he wanted me to say. And I'm trying to say, oh, right, okay. However, this particular submission that I've written, I wrote on behalf of our marae for our whānau, but also finding a way that Manawatu District Council could further a partnership and a relationship and a model that might fit you better, that I know works and that I can see would clearly benefit our marae, our whānau, and help probably alleviate some of the stresses that you guys might have and that we can have, but we can still have input into your everyday kaupapa of Manawatu District Council. Also wanted to pick up on our Māori wards. We've already been here, done that, and we know that it works. And you've got our puti right here, which opens up those avenues, not for us, not just for you guys, but actually it's a small avenue for us as iwi Māori. I really wanted to pick up too on the previous submission around the tourism. I was listening quite eventfully when Rangiotu and you talked about Palmerston North and Napier and all those other things that hit up there. Tourism is huge. There's things that are happening within tourism and that these people, and you've got tourism operators that are reaching out to us as Māori. They're already having those conversations with us. So how do you open up and be able to be part of that so that you can help further those? Because we're the ones that hold that mātauranga, we hold that knowledge. They're not knowledges that you can just download from Google. You know, you've got to actually have a relationship with the people and we'll choose to share them or not. So I just wanted to touch on that. Like Fire, I actually learned something from Fire today. I'm going to take my submission as read. I really do believe, though, there's a clear way that we can assist you. We can assist you as Manawatu District Council to actually build that partnership because we already hold that knowledge. You know, your statutory legislation and things that you need to do, even if you take Toitu Te Tiriti, we still hold that knowledge that we can help inform our council officers at your grassroots level to help better operationalise Manawatu District Council. I've written two, and I put some figures in there. I was hesitant to put figures in there, but I did put figures in there, probably just as a guideline. I'm not saying that they're stuck in the mud figures, and I do understand that the council has a lot of other commitments in there. But I'm really talking around how do you value a relationship with people who already have the required expertise. So the first part was around the partnership agreement and funding model. The second part for the Marae Fund, around that 60K, putting a $5,000 ia to each marae is easy enough to be accountable through your funding through our already audited or reviewed accounts. And we would be able to account for that for you instead of actually saying to us, actually, can you please write a full page business proposal for $5,000 for us to tell what you need to do on your marae, because each one of us here have multiple things on our marae that we need to do. I've seen some kōrero come through around insurance. That's huge. Rangi Māori marae, we pay over $26,000 a year in insurance. You know, you've got to find that some. Like I'm telling like it's my courtroom. Courtroom, see, you've got me on that thing now. But I think within that lower level on supporting each marae, it shows a good faith of the council and having faith in the maraes that were already pre-existing prior to this council being established. Do you know what I mean? We've got issues in our own marae that we have to do and solve. And I'd just like to mihi to some of our councillors in here who actually came back to Te Rangi Māori when we flooded on our first and second time, and just acknowledge the work that you guys have done to come and assist us. Really, that's about all. I don't want to take too long. I'm sure that if my dad was here, I did ring him to say that I was coming over, and he said to say, oh, me tuku taku mihi kia koutou. So just on behalf of my mum and my dad, just sending their regards. You're probably getting a less version here. But I'm hoping that from my submission, you can see where I'm going. There's evidence within your council that requires legislative input from Māori, you know, and who better to go to than those people. But how do you build that relationship? Well, you know, this is just a bridge on how that might happen. Ka pai, kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's a number of points in there. The first one I wanted to pick up on is under partnership agreement. You talk about suggesting a monthly hui with council, with Te Kōta Rio, the collective and council. Almost a year ago, we had a whole day session with various people from the maraes around the district, and we discussed a number of outcomes of how we could start building that relationship. And one of those was to form some sort of exactly what you're suggesting here, where we would have regular communication on matters that affected both parties. And the door's been open since then, and it still is open for us to do that. So the message there is we are there. We're waiting to engage in that. With the maraes, we also almost a year ago discussed the opportunity for elected members to be allocated to a marae to build that one-on-one relationship as a conduit to council. My understanding is that we had 3 maraes pick that up. I'm unsure if they've actually met with their maraes. I know they may have had conversations with chairs. And our Māori Ward is in place. So, you know, those recommendations that you've got in there are something that we talked about previously. They're there, the door is open, and we're willing to engage on those.
Ka pai, I suppose when you're looking at, I think I put in there monthly or bi-monthly, I can't quite quite
Monthly,
remember.
yeah.
Monthly. I think within, not just from a city council's or councillors' perspective, but being able to meet directly with the councillor officers in their everyday working relationship, because they're the grassroots people, right? You're the governance that sits there and informs them their work coming up. So I'm wondering if that allows a space or a workable space that not just council, because I think councillors, your responsibilities a whole nother level up. And I was thinking down in that sort of grassroots or to the point, like if there was an issue over at Palmerston North City Council, that gets picked up earlier through the council officers having direct relationships and input from an annual, a monthly or a bi-monthly hui.
Thank you.
Bi-monthly hui. And it's not just at a council level, because I believe that the councillors need to have their own relationship as well. Because you guys, you're sitting at a whole nother local and central government, right? You've got a whole lot of other stuff that has to inform that. I was just giving some as a bi-monthly or a monthly hui, because ours has gone monthly, that you're able to have, or the council itself, when I look around and you've got your council officers, and these are the guys who do, or you guys, the work that you inform are done by these people. And how do we open it up? And I know that some of our council officers here already have really good relationships, and they often, and you're probably thinking, so we've already got it, so why put a budget line to it, right? Well, mine's around, if you value the partnership, how do you put that partnership forward in a more meaningful way and allow us to figure out how we would like to inform that?
Thank you. I'll open it up from questions from the team. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to continue with this discussion, because the joint committee sort of didn't know what we were going to call it, but some form of joint committee. It was going to be a mix of governance and operational. So I think we would cover those bases. I'm personally disappointed that it hasn't been taken up yet, but as Mayor Helen said, the door is still open, and I hope that but it just puzzles me as to, we've heard a number of times that we need to engage better, and we feel as though we are trying hard and it's not being taken up. So I think instead of calling that a negative, I think we should treat that as a positive, that there is a willingness there, and maybe both sides could work harder on how to make something happen. I've been appointed a liaison councillor with Kōwhara Marae, and I'm excited about that prospect, but I haven't been invited yet. So that's, and we also invited representatives to join our focus groups, and that was trialled for a few months, and then withdrawn. I think because the focus groups weren't discussing things of relevance to the Marae and iwi all the time, and because that's just the nature of what we're doing. Some things will and some things won't. But I wonder if there's a misunderstanding there as well. So I thought we had a really positive hui here in this room about a year ago on a Sunday afternoon, I think it was. And I've personally been a bit disappointed where we've got to so far, but let's turn that round and look forward as to, because we've heard there's a real willingness to do better. And I think that there's a willingness to do better from our side as well. So where there's will, there's a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way. And yeah, I suppose, how many of us at this table have a marae? Does any of you have rangimari?
The Marais were given the opportunity to put their hand up if they wish to have an elected member. We had 3 Marae come back to council for that.
I suppose you're looking at then a government or local government entity coming in and then having at that level directly with a one-on-one marae. And I can tell you, whoever gets te rangimari, my dad's politically incorrect. There's lots of things that would happen in that space. but you get the work done, right?
Yeah.
But relationships start outside of being invited. I know you've got to come to a cup of tea, and I can tell you right now, if you're going to engage with us, our first conversation is going to be at Barista. It's not about us having to carry the load to make sort of our council or local government feel like they need, have that formal way of engaging. I'm just trying to break down and give you a easier way of engagement through your council officers. I believe that if you're able to do that, and Manawatu District Council would have their own way of how you work as a council. I think opening up and saying that we have already done that still shows that we haven't got quite where we need to be, maybe in a trust model, right? So how do we get that trust model working? You got to get people who are willing to work on relationships. Yeah. And I suppose with moving that forward, and you know what, I'd be happy to sit down and talk with you on what that might look like. Not that I'm a representative of Kaupapa, I do have whakapapa there, as we all do across all of our marae here. But I suppose my idea of working would be working directly with probably your next tier management. I think you would find the fruits of the labour of that relationship would naturally overflow to the councillors at the table, and then probably open up a lot of those invitations to be involved. I know for one that we have to have a good working relationship with local and central government, but I also know that it's hard for marae to do that. We've got to do a lot of stuff as well in our own governance space, and then we've got to bring you in safely. So that comes down to relationships. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess what you're hearing from us is the invitation is still there, and we're saying set the time, the date, the place, and we'll be there.
I quite like coffee too.
Councillor Bell.
I just want to. Can you hear now, Grant?
Yes.
Ka pai. Morena, tēnā koroa, tēnā koutou te whānau te reo, me kauwhata hoki, me rangi Māori. Whananga, I just want to ask, I know that through your mama and your papa and yourself, there are relationship models that you have with PNC Council. And as you could hear from our mayor and our deputy mayor, we're not there yet from a governance level. Can you tell us, can you share with us what some of the, I guess, components of a healthy relationship look like between yourselves and PNC to see if we can learn something from your relationship that you have with our neighbouring council?
Yeah, so I suppose that one of the key things is that we're engaged before things happen. We're not the afterthought. The conversations had before we start, when projects or if council are working in that engagement space, that there's already a eye to work with iwi or local iwi. What would that look like? That could be possibly coffees, and then it's in a bi-monthly hui where councillors report back on what's happening and how we could better inform. Is there a place that iwi or marae have their own voice on what that might look like, and open up more of a authentic relationship that naturally evolves over time. And the more that you start, so it's hard at first, things are bumpy and you iron out those creases, but as you go, you start moving and you find momentum. And then as that momentum grows, then we learn how to support each other. So you'll often see us already. We would already know what would be happening at whatever level that might be before it happens. So that gives us sort of the ability to make sure that everyone's okay, because that's what we're about, right? Our marae and our people, we manaaki. That's what we do. We look at what needs to be done, but we've also got to keep our own people safe. in there. And sometimes local and central government is in a safe space and not everyone can manoeuvre in that space. So it might be a bit scary to have a councillor come to your marae. You're thinking, oh my gosh, what could happen? He's going to sit, no, I don't know.
I
It
think
could
it's the other
be.
way around.
Yeah, well, and it could be, and that's where we break down the barriers of relationship, right? When we start having those one-on-ones and because I know that years ago when I did work in council, there was one part there where council officers were not allowed to meet directly with councillors. There's a crossover part of that governance and operations that you had to be really wary of. Whereas Māori, we've got to be able to do it all and create those relationships. So I reckon if we're able to create that probably directly with or informally with like Shane and his team, and be able to manoeuvre some of the work that's happening and create what that would look like. Because not everyone, we've still got to bring our own people up to that. What does local government require? You know? So I suppose, yeah.
Kia ora whananga. I think, and we're not really allowed to comment, but I've noticed some other councillors have, so I'm going to make a quick one. I think you've explained really well that there is learnings that we as governance can have from our own operational team. I mean, through the submissions, we've heard a lot of mihi to our staff, and I just want to mihi you all for the relationships you have and you've nurtured with our mana whenua, Star and Matt. I think Hamish got a little bit of a shout out too. So there is some there. And so we've got some learning we need to do. But I think the next part I'm curious, how does PNC resource mana whenua? Is there a resource component that allows you to engage and have effective engagement in your relationship?
Through partnership funding.
Right.
Hence
So there is
why I
one that
wrote-
exists. Okay.
Hence why I wrote my submission.
Ka pai. Ngā mihi.
Councillor Ford.
Just quickly, I'm not sure, the amount that you're suggesting, is just maybe there's a comma missing or something. Is that 2.5 million? Is that what it is?
Yes. Oh, did I put an extra one in there? 2.5, yeah. 2.5 million. Well, actually.
Accidentally, of course. Was it?
Accidentally. But yeah, I'm looking at, you've got 12 marae within our given boundaries. Within that boundaries, you've got different expectations in each whenua that will lead into the conversations of our own historical narrative. What does that look like? Because I mean, kaupapa is going to be different to what Rangi Māori says. Rangi Māori is going to be different to what, over in Te Ruru. There's lots of different elements, but we've all got our own, we're our own experts of knowledge within that. Look, it was just a baseline figure. I was aiming big, right? You aim for that highest mountain, and wherever we land is where we're meant to be. It's just a beginning, something. I don't know what that might look like, and of course that's not up to me. I'm just trying to help.
Thank you.
Somewhere, see forward. And when it comes to relationships, some of us are better at than others. I don't know how my dad does it, but man, he's good at it. Whereas some of my other aunties and uncles would not be good at it. You'd put them in a group and that would be like, they'd engage in a different way. Yeah.
Thank you. I was just thinking while you were talking about, we need to aim, have big visions, but I was just might be helpful to put it in perspective. If we're talking about the figures you're talking about, that's 6% of rates. So that is a significant, when we're talking about rates in the current environment, we just need to understand when we're having these conversations, putting those kind of figures in perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just add a little bit and go back to where you said the offer's open?
The invitation.
The invitation is still there.
To sit down around the table and have regular, meaningful conversation with a shared agenda of any topics, opportunities, whatever, that we are willing to have.
All right. I think we've got the same issues. You guys have got the same issues as us. what day, was it midnight on a Sunday night or something, you know, where's the time and everything like that. But we can go away and work on that.
Thank you. And as you saw from council last year, we were willing, just like you were, to give up a Sunday to come and start that relationship, and that's what we're keen to continue. So thank you.
Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. Is that everyone?
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Thank you for the opportunities, and there's a number of things in there for us to discuss. So thank you. Right, we're moving right along. We're on page 13, the Manawatu Ratepayers and Residents Association. I understand we have 3 representatives here today. Welcome to Shane, Megan and Marie. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for your submission. And please take your submission as read. You're welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Good morning. I'm Megan, the chairperson of the Manawatu District Residents and Ratepayers Association. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Manawatu District Council for the consultation process that they initiated with the public over the long-term plan, and also the issues that they've brought forward for discussion. As you've said, our submission has been read. I trust you all have read it. That would be great. What we'd like to state at this point is, excuse me, we're deeply concerned by the lack of strategic voice from council in regard to roading. So I'll just take it point by point. So I'll start with the roading issue. The association believes that the balance needs to be struck between urban and rural roading infrastructure, and that all ratepayers have a joint liability to provide this infrastructure. So not differentiated between rural and urban. The association supports consultation with the rural community over potential privatisation over remote rural roads. For example, a road that leads to 2-3 farms, should that be privatised rather than public roading? The association supports a strong and consistent maintenance program to look after our culverts, drains and bridges in the interim. Take a deep breath. Sorry. In regards to the central parking, we've stated in our statement, in our submission, there's nothing further we need to add to that. Same with the Kowhai Park. I think it's a no-brainer that we do rid ourselves of the aviaries and the cost that is involved. Solid waste. The association believe that this should not be a burden on the ratepayers, and if they want to find more money for use of the recycling centre, it should be on the commercial users. It is not clear what the revenue costs are. That's not been made available. The association would like to see a simple and clear accountability document indicating total revenue collected from residents and ratepayers against actual costs for providing this service. We haven't considered any other questions. Are people getting value for their dollar? People aren't using these services because it's too expensive. In other words, they're fly tipping or they're dumping rubbish. The cost of solid waste is having a bearing on our community. And I'd like to move on now to the rates. So when was the last time that council did a review across all council spending and infrastructure and release those details of costs and savings so that people can get some assurance that council's business is being efficient in managing the business? As a minimum, the council should be doing a review biannually to show that they are identifying potential savings and passing it on. We are mindful of costs on residents and keeping within the tram lines. For example, the library was a nice to have. That money could have been earmarked for infrastructure issues. Get back to basics and connect the district and make it flow well. We are not against progress for the district, but we are certainly for making sure that priorities are aligned against basic elements like infrastructure, connected and run efficiently and effectively. In regards to planning and consultation, since becoming an association, we've had an awful lot of feedback on social media from individuals and groups that are quite upset about lack of insight and the thoughtfulness by the council in granting consents. One of the significant issues that the association has been hearing is that people who think they may be affected had no means of knowing whether an application even existed until it has been approved. Fait accompli. It may be deemed they may be less than affected, but people were never aware. Development by stealth. You'll be aware of the issues around Port Street East. The residents, which was a non-notifiable consent, and they knew nothing about it until after it was granted. Is that good enough? Who is their local councillor? What are your thoughts about this? And what did you do? I understand the residents have heard nothing from this particular councillor. I'm also aware these residents have lost $150,000 off their property value. And they're concerned about their properties devaluing further. The association is not against social housing. However, it believes that the public should be notified before a consent is lodged or granted. People should have the ability to inform the council about perceived issues so that the council is aware of this. I don't want to get into this too much, but it is not clear if these KO properties are emergency or residential accommodation. We know anecdotally it costs around about $1,100 per person per week for a hotel emergency accommodation. The association is concerned about the plans for social housing that provides high density solutions that long term may have significant ramifications on the tenants and people living nearby. We need to be seen to act in a neutral and practical way. The main point here is that council has colluded with the social housing agency, or appears to have colluded with the social housing agency and the developer to impose a solution on a community. We understand that the developers have got into some trouble and the council may be doing something because it suits them. We don't know. Anyway. We want to lift the details that sit behind the long-term plan into the public forum by providing residents and ratepayers with clear and precise information about risks and opportunities. This includes all items that are likely to have an impact on them. First being infrastructure, housing development and growth. What type, where and how much? What hidden costs are there? What impact will it have on how the community lives here? You're changing the fabric of the community quite a lot and changing the township. People being able to comment and have a view. We believe the Residents and Ratepayers Association could play a role with council on engagement, but we will retain an independent view and will not become a sanitised mouthpiece for the council. Residents need to be more genuinely represented. We are also concerned about how much investigation went into providing supporting infrastructure to this development. Who is responsible for ensuring suitable schools, supermarkets, etc. for such a large development? And who is financially liable for that? The ratepayers? Just in regards to high density housing, if we start doing this, it may change from the Little Quarter Acre section, which most of Fielding is, and does the public realise that? And will people be happy with that? Where's the public debate? What other plans have they got, the developers and council? The developers mentioned spreading out from the golf club. Where is the public debate? If the town is to grow, the council should be putting out a document about that. Why have they not? Even if they're in the early stages, it appears they come up with the solutions the council sees not inclusive with the community. The way the council connects with the community is not terribly good. Council spending and innovation. We can acknowledge that the council has been proactive in increasing business investment. What is not clear and hasn't been made available to the public has been whether this has increased benefits to the public and has reduced the ratepayers' liability. The association believes the community has some very talented people who could be utilised to engage with community-based projects that could be led by council and add value to the community benefit. How many are truly providing an excellent service, not giving services money because of saving your reputation, political fallout? How many are truly supported by the council, not just through funding? Getting others involved helps to galvanise, making them highly accessible. And I'd just like to finish with an article that was recently in the Wanganui Chronicle on 29th of April 24, and I quote, Chris Luxon says local councils must stop doing dumb stuff and take responsibility for their own affairs. Luxon said every local council needs to focus on the must do, not the nice to do, and deliver well on core services. Families across New Zealand are tightening their belts because of the cost of living crisis, and government centrally is doing the same thing. Councils need to be focused on that as well and have good financial literacy so the money they are spending is getting an outcome, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for that. You've covered a number of topics. I've got a couple of questions. So you talked about planning consultation and access to information. So based on the comments you talked about, are you saying that council should have a say in who lives in the houses that are built in our community?
No. No, what we're saying is that those that live around those areas should be notified of development, major development.
By the council or by the...
Will council approve the consenting process?
Thank you. You talk about...
Helen, can I just interrupt there?
Sure.
What is wrong with the council putting on your website around consents that are in the pipeline? You know, that's another way of notifying. And I know through the process that, you know, the council doesn't have to notify some things, but what's wrong with actually putting on your website, these are the things that are being considered for consent by the council?
Thank you. So you're saying that council would need to ask more questions of consent applications for building about what they're going to be used for or who they're going to be used by?
Yes, for a prime example, and I don't want to go over Port Street East residents, but a prime example would have been to actually know whether that housing that is going in, whether it is going to be emergency housing or whether it's going to be long-term housing. Because from the feedback from those residents, it appears that it could be possibly emergency housing because of the size of those houses.
Thank you. And is that not something that you're able to find out from the people who potentially are going to buy those homes?
Well, isn't that something that should be in the consent? Because
that's the question I'm asking you.
That should have been in the consent application.
And we'd apply that across the board to any consent application?
I think it's an obligation if you're looking at putting in a consent. Wouldn't you want the information to be in there? I mean, aren't the council, don't they do a review and assessment at the end of that consent? So isn't it, you know, part of that to know what is going on that site and how it's going to be used?
Thank you. You talked about, you felt that the communication with the community needed to be better. Can you give me, how do you see that happening other than the various ways that we have of communicating with our community currently?
Do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It's a good question. Communications and consultations is an ongoing issue, and I've noted that in local government for some years. The association would probably want to go away and work on a strategy for that, Your Worship, and then feedback into that later. It's a very good question, and we certainly acknowledge that at this stage. I think the association, as it continues to develop, Your Worship and councillors, is that we'll work in our own strategies as well about improving communication. And if the association can be the voice piece, certainly in the Feilding district, because our community committees are extremely well served, and that's certainly a way the association can benefit comms with council and the residents as well.
Thank you. And, you know, I for one would be really interested in you coming back to council with how else can we better communicate? What are the methods? We would be interested.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. We'll note that for our association.
Thank you. My final question is, you talked about not enough information about where funding is going to, where the budgets go to, and you pointed towards infrastructure. Are you saying that the detailed financial information set out in our long-term plan is not enough? And if not, what else are you looking for?
It appears to be quite light and broad. There doesn't seem to be specific details.
Thank you. I'll open it up for any further questions. Councillor Bell.
Sorry, can I just add one thing in regards to the communication? So the association is looking at holding a public meeting on the 20th of June, which we would like to invite all councillors to attend, to be able to answer questions from the public. So that's in the pipeline, in the plan. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. But we will do a formal invitation.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. Tēnā koutou, morena, morena. Tēnā koe, Shane. I just have a question around the communication and perhaps how we can strengthen that. What is your idea around the Rates Association having a council liaison? So there's direct communication with governance, because that seems to be an issue there as well. Is that, Shane, I know you're aware of what a council liaison does. So is that something that you think the association will be open to having?
It's something that we would consider, and it needs to be taken back to the executive committee.
My second question, and I acknowledge the sensitivity around Port Street and the concerns that a lot of the homeowners have around the capital value and the value of their homes with the new development. Has there been any discussion in your group and in your little community association, and even with the residents, around where they think social housing should be in Feilding?
Yes, Shane.
Yeah, no worries. Look, another excellent question, Councillor, and we do deeply acknowledge the need for social housing and the importance of social infrastructure, the importance of having everyone included in a district, in a town, in a city. A village raises a village, it's sort of mindset. I do understand that from when that precinct 4 was designated as a residential area, that it was going to be located on Port Street West, closer to the then proposed Orbiter links, and also closer to schools with very clear and direct networks into town. We're concerned just in regards to car parking, bus routes as well, and also distance for mobility into the centre of town. So we want to be able to get residents into town and out of town quickly and with ease. That site is probably in the balance of things not appropriate for where it is. There does need to be social housing, and we welcome that. Let's be super clear on that. But the location and the impact on residents, I don't think has been managed very well, Councillor. And that's certainly a learning moving forward as to where social housing fits within the wider infrastructure of Feilding, and certainly the Manawatu district as well. Again, emphasising councillors and officers, it's really important that we have social housing in this town.
Thank you. So just following on from that, Shane, are you saying that council should look to determine and have a say on, we want this type of housing here for emergency state housing, here for our elderly folk here for, are you saying that's something that council should look at?
Absolutely, Your Worship. This should be a fundamental core competency of council is to designate areas for development, types of residential, CBD, for example. Is CBD appropriate for apartment styles? Absolutely. Greenfield developments for social housing? Yes, absolutely. But as long as it's connected, linked, and has accessibility for residents to use, given that not everyone in the future will be able to afford to run a vehicle, unfortunately. But also too, does that, what is the social impact in this well? And there's a big, big topic here that we are not addressing, folks, in this town is a forecasted bow wave of us needing at least another couple of primary schools and a high school at our current growth rate. And that's something that we certainly, as a side note, the association definitely wants to underline for the council to be very, very aware of.
Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Look, just a point of clarification, if I may. And I may have heard this wrong, but did you consider the library a nice to have? Did I pick that up? So the library, okay. So do you not feel that having a library social hub is an integral part of what is provided for society?
Having a library is very important for society. Having this particular library with the amount of money that was spent on it is the question.
So if I may, Your Worship, thanks. So given that the library was earthquake prone and the roof was shot, have you got any suggestions as to what may have been a better alternative other than the fact that the existing building potentially would have had to been closed down?
Personally, no, I don't. I'm feeling new to Fielding in the last, probably since the library was commenced. However, talking to others, I believe there were other options that were not considered, but that is only through discussion and feedback. Yeah,
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Morena, Marie, Megan and Shane,
Morena.
nice to see you here. Thank you very much. Look, I'm really pleased to see that a Fielding residents group has been started. It's been a bit wobbly the last couple of years trying to communicate with the residential residents of Fielding. We have good communication with the business community. And I'm sure Shane will have informed you that we've got 16 community committees around our rural areas and they work incredibly well. They get a little bit of funding to do some projects, and in those small communities like Epity and Himatangi, etc., they decide what's important to them, and council just really assists. So I'm really pleased to see that a group is formed. I wonder if you would consider in some way becoming a community committee. It does sit under an overarching policy and there could be some funding available. Because a lot of the questions that you have asked today could have easily been answered by a liaison councillor. And if you'd had I know you've only just started, so going forward, I don't feel if you did become a community committee or you did have a liaison councillor, you wouldn't need to come and ask these questions because you'd hear about it at your monthly meetings. So I just encourage you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I think I just want to have a more of a understanding of the association. Can you please share with us the demographics? So do you have a lot of rural in your Ropu residents? Is it just urban? And how many marae have been invited and associated?
Oh, wonderful question, Councillor. No, let's be really clear about it. No, we haven't.
Okay.
We're still in our infancy as well as an association, and that's certainly something that we would very much like to engage with our iwi. So let me acknowledge that right now.
So just following on from Councillor Bell, so currently, how many members do you have? Is the association a legal entity yet? I know you're reasonably new, and is it predominantly urban?
So currently we have around 460 people. involved. We're not a legal entity as yet. That is in the pipeline and about to be lodged. Our demographic is the Manawatu district. So we're not just Fielding. We do have people from outside of Fielding area, Fielding Township, but still within the Manawatu district.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillor Underwood?
I was interested in the comment you made about having people, local people with expertise, residents of Fielding with expertise in certain fields, and being able to feed that expertise into council discussions. I notice we've got a submission coming up later with someone who has expertise around the wastewater centralisation. I'm also liaison councillor for one of community committees who have several people with expertise in certain areas. Have you given any thought to how you could, I'm sure council would like to meet with these people, especially if it's not going to cost them anything, you know, if people are willing to give their expertise and their knowledge without consultation costs, involving the community would seem to be a win-win on both sides. Have you given any thought to how that could happen?
So I think that would be just a mutual discussion between council and ourselves and trying to share that information.
And so for that to happen, you'd need to know what discussions were happening in council so that you could feed in, and that goes with some of your other points.
Yes. Thank you. Final question, councillor Ford.
Thank you, and thanks for your submission. Shane, can I ask you, do you consider that the Community Hub Library is a nice to have? Loaded question.
He was involved.
Absolutely. Deputy Mayor Ford, you know very well that I was in favour of the library development. Absolutely. And you were certainly, for those who recall, when I first started on council, particularly was very passionate about a youth space. I understand there have actually been a couple of youth spaces set up now, which is excellent, including the iwi one, which I'm very, very delighted about. But also too is that it morphed over time into a badly needed community space. And I think what's happened, certainly from coming out of a political space and into the ratepayer space, is people were probably being really shocked about how much has actually been spent. And I think it's the comms around that, Councillor Ford, that has been at times, if I can make a broad brush statement, probably a bit sort of light in that. And people are starting to, now that the cost of living is really starting to bite, people are now really starting to pay attention to what the council is doing, and we're seeing that throughout the districts as more and more submissions roll in. But I don't sort of want to take and detract too far away from your question, but yes, I have been able to inform the association, based on my experience on council, this is what happens in regards to large infrastructure development.
Thank you. If I may.
Thank you.
So a nice to have is, I took that as a criticism that we should be focusing more on our infrastructure and must-haves as opposed to nice-to-haves. So just wanting clarification around that. But also, do you still think that I think it's $12.5 million spent on our Fielding Community Hub Library is excessive compared to, say, the proposed second library for Palmerston North at Awapuni at $28 million?
Demographic.
Yeah, totally different demographic.
And size.
And city size. I mean, Palmerston North is a city, Fielding is not. So I don't think you're trying to compare apples with pears, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to round out that conversation, Councillor Ford mentioned the $12.5 million cost for the new community hub. I'm not we have had good comms out around it. Around $5 million of that full amount has been third-party funding, not funded by ratepayers. So if you take that into account, I would say it's a great community success story for the future of our community. So you may not have picked up on that. But I just want to, in closing, thank you for the time in putting your submission together. There's a number of topics there. There's been a number of opportunities put forward for your group to consider. about how we better engage and communicate, and also look forward to some feedback coming the other way. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Right, team, moving ahead, we're on page 22. Welcome Brian Cavallis, come and join us at the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
Good morning, Brian. Thank you for your submission and the information, very detailed information that you've given us, which we have read, and you are very welcome to make some highlights on it, and then there may be some questions.
Oh, will this go? Does this go?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Good morning, Your Worship, the Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission, which I am assuming you've all read, which hopefully you have. The outcome I am seeking is that council seriously consider putting a hold on this project. As a professional engineer with experience in this type of project, I have serious concerns as to where this project is heading. Our reasons for this are the original business case for this project no longer holds. Secondly, the concept of centralised village wastewater treatment effectively becomes self-limiting and restrictive for growth for both the villages and Feilding itself. Thirdly, new technologies have been developed which enable easier and cost-effective environmental compliance for these village-type schemes. And fourthly, I have a real concern that the cost for this project will continue to escalate much higher than is shown in the draft LPTP. In addition to these reasons, the cost of this project and the impact on the council's targeted wastewater rate does not seem to be stated in the draft LTP. At least I can't see where it is. I feel this is an oversight. Another point I wish to make is that council is likely to be exposed to further pressure from Horizons for compliance and reconsenting of the existing schemes due to these significant delays in the implementation of this project, effectively escalating the cost of the project as reconsenting may be required from Horizons. You've already intimated with the provision for reconsenting of the Kimbolton and Cheltenham schemes as an interim measure until they are able to be hooked up into the Feilding system. The upload didn't allow me to, was 1 megabyte, was it? So you'll receive further material given to you, officers, that may be distributed in relation to my submission, particularly in relation to the new technologies, which I'm sure the officers are aware of what is around for these smaller schemes. This information is simply to provide you with examples of some of the innovation technologies for village wastewater treatment and disposal, which I've referred to. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm just happy to have any questions and any discussion on the matter. Worship.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for, I was particularly from someone who doesn't understand all the detailed around this project. I was particularly pleased that you outlined what your key concerns were. So that gives us something to consider and look at, supported by the detailed information you've given us. So thank you for that. Any questions from our team? Councillor Campbell?
Yeah, hi, Brian. Yeah, thanks for your submission. It's some interesting info there. Thank you. Just interested in your comment about potentially restricting the growth of the villages and rationale behind that thought. My understanding is that the Fielding wastewater plant has got capacity for potentially up to 100,000 people. So, it's got a long life and a large capacity. What's the issue with bringing in wastewater from outlying areas? Is it the size of the pipe we've put in, or is there something else?
Sorry,
I can't see how it would restrict the growth of the villages, given that our villages, Rongotia, Sanson, are relatively small in relation to the size of Fielding. What's the issue around restricting the size of the villages by bringing wastewater out of those villages into Fielding?
There's a couple of points here, Councillor. The first is the pipeline itself, and the system is virtually it's designed to a level, so it's got a limit, and that could be reached sooner than later, given the growth of some of the villages.
Yeah.
So the options of upgrading to allow for more flow becomes quite restrictive. You've got to duplicate the pipeline or put in more storage or bigger pumps, and that becomes very expensive. Whereas if it was retained as a local system, you've got more options for expansion.
Okay, thank you.
And the second point is, even though you're correct, quite relatively small, the areas, I had a note here, might be required, might be another 10 hectares, say, for disposal from the wastewater in Fielding. That 10 hectares could be very valuable, even though it's relatively small in terms of a total area for the growth of Fielding. And the same with the cost and the potential for this additional load, effectively restricting potential growth for industrial growth and urban growth in Fielding itself. So, in my view, potentially becomes a lose-lose. You've got a double whammy. I'm looking 10 years out, sort of thing.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Kia ora, Brian, thank you. Actually, Stuart asked my question.
Great, thank you. Any further questions of Brian? Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Brian, for your submission, and very thought-provoking for us and challenging for us. I just want to be really clear that you're suggesting even stopping what we're doing currently and just leaving the pipes buried in the ground as opposed to finishing off the current stages. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, as far as I can make out, hopefully the Ohaki Sanson line is fully operational, or at least the Ohaki connection will be made soon.
Yes.
And the Sanson line is effective and fully operational, so that's committed, obviously.
Yes, I'm more meaning perhaps Rongotia.
Yeah, so you've got your 15 Ks of Rongotia, and that becomes a bit problematic. But I am suggesting that you do put a hold on that and review where you're at and what the options might be. And as I sort of put down there, it becomes a buried asset if you find that there is a better option for Rongotia. That one is a bit problematic. But I certainly am suggesting that you do have a hard look at Halcombe, and certainly the Awahuri. You'll see 355,000 per connection seems crazy to me for 14 properties. There's got to be a better way than proceeding down State Highway 3 with a stop-go for 3 or 4 months, putting up a pipeline in the boom on the state highway. And certainly Halcombe, and you're already intimating that you're rethinking Kimbolton and Cheltenham. So you're partly on the way, but I am saying extend your thinking to Halcombe and Awahuri, and with a question mark over where to from here on Rongatia, with what has to happen there in respect to pump stations and pumps and power and land purchase and all that sort of thing.
Thank you for your clarification.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, again for your submission and the detail. There's a lot of information in there, and you've raised a number of points that we need to take into consideration with our deliberation. So appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for the time for presenting.
Yeah. Right, we're moving on to page 31. Welcome, Gina, from the Tararuru Valley. Come and join us at the table with your team. And I understand you're also going to speak to our next submission on page 33. So let's take the first one first on page 31. Warm welcome. And we have read your submission, so you're welcome to speak to it. And then there may be some questions.
Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi o te ata kia tātou. Tautoko au i ngā mihi kua mihia I te ata nei, no ngā pai kōrero I mua I ahau. Me mihi hoki kia koutou I te kaunihira, me o koutou taringa ki te rongo kia mātou ngā moimoia o ngā mokopuna. I mihi ana hoki ki oku Pākeke, ki oku whanaunga I noho tuara mai ana I muri I a mātou, tēnā koutou. Ko Gina Melody Rore tōku ingoa, he uri, he mokopuna hau no te ruru, no ngā iwi o Ngāti Tuwhare Tō, Ngāti Raukawa, tangata te riti, mea airani, atu I Bonnie Conlon I County Mayo. As you said, Mrs. Mayor, my submission has been read, so mihi ana kia koutou mō tērā. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission of a wellness and recreation centre, gymnasium, workout gym for the local community, a sports and kapahaka training facility that converts to a civil defence emergency centre. In less than 9 years' time, Aotearoa will host one of the biggest kaupapa Māori events in the Māori calendar, Te Matatini 2033. This kaupapa will bring up to 50 teams consisting of 40 performers, their supporters, generally at least 100 per team, plus kaimahi, volunteers, visitors and supporters not only from around the country, but all over the world. Our Te Kōtui Reo whānau spoke about an accommodation partnership, of which Councillor Ford acknowledged and asked if we had engagement with the likes of Field Days and Robinson Speedway team champs, which occur annually. Further to this, we have the national sports gatherings, such as the secondary school volleyball and basketball championships, not to mention the WBSC Under-18 Men's Softball World Cup held in Palmerston North in 2020. Let's also consider that our rohe have hosted and are likely to host again the other two major kapahaka events for the nation, Te Manakuratahi National Primary School Kapahaka Competition held in 2015 that hosted 47 schools, again 50 students per team, followed by the secondary school kapahaka national competition He Pauwhenua He Puapua, consisting of 32 schools, again not less than 50 students per team, and like Te Matatini, with the addition of supporters, whānau, kaimahi and visitors. Let us not forget our local entities requiring accommodation and practice spaces, such as schools putting into practice the learning of New Zealand history on our marae, and kapahaka groups requiring noho marae accommodation, where they come to stay for the weekend, formerly known as a live-in, and require a space to practice. While we are there, let's add the Pulse netball team and their competitors in the Hurricanes, and their competitors, their families, supporters, etc., etc. Now let us return to Te Ruru. and recall the most recent flooding event in December 2021, where our whānau were cut off when the water ripped through the Raumanga stream and washed the whenua away on the southern side of the bridge.
Take your time.
A local resident, Julie Rush, said, "The only official people to visit her at the time she was interviewed was mana whenua. The Paupata Te Marae was 3 minutes away and had provided shelter and kai for the locals on the night of the floods. She also said the community support is wonderful, but their own properties had damage too." Now let us think about a wellness and recreation centre, gymnasium that includes a workout gym for the local community, sports and kapahaka training facilities that converts to a civil defence emergency centre so we can host the world in Te Rere. The nearest practice venue for a basketball court-sized indoor space is 16 kilometres either way to Martin or Sanson. With one big river and a number of streams like the Raumanga to get past if it is an emergency flooding situation. In my lived experience, we are the dreams of our ancestors. My mother's mother, Hinimata, along with our whānau in Martin, established the Kotaitanga Hall as a gathering space for local whānau Māori. My father's father, Paul Melody, had dreams to establish a local newspaper and did so in 1955 with the Rangitike Mail, followed by the Martin Historical Society. So I know establishing local community spaces is achievable. Mokopuna decisions for you to consider, as indicated by Mokopuna at the What Matters Manawatu workshop, which I'll speak to after this now, held at our kapahaka noho at Parewaha Waha Marae on the 16th of September 2023. Nō reira, e ai ki taku tuhinga kōrero kia koutou, ko ngā paita whiti whaia kia tata, ko ngā paitata whakamaua kia tina. The potential for tomorrow is determined by what we do today. Taku iwi, taku tū, taku rirutanga. O reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gina, for your submission. And first of all, I just say I absolutely admire your vision and think big. So well done on that. What I'm going to ask about your vision is how much work has been done towards what this might look like, the design of it, where it might go, more importantly, the cost, and how have you considered how it might be funded, or is the expectation it would be a ratepayer funded venue?
So the expectation, to answer your last part, is it would be a community dream to visualise.
And funded by the community, by the ratepayers?
By everybody.
Yep.
So not just I'm talking about funding, fundraising, everything that comes with, along with support from the council. So not just the council, but
thank you,
everybody.
So have you done some work around what this might look like in concept and costings? What kind of figure are we talking about?
Not yet, because I felt that if I started doing all of that and you all said no, then I would have wasted a whole lot of time and energy. So, and I'm a really busy person, like everyone will tell you that, but it is part and parcel of our moimoia to come to that if the support is there.
Thank you. Let's open it up for questions from the team. Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Apart from the big events, which are, every few years or not that frequent, how many people roughly would such a facility serve? How many local people would it serve?
As far and wide as it reaches. So everybody in the local community.
So you would normally put a centre like this, perhaps in an area where there's more people, whether it be, I perhaps look at Rongatia, the Te Kawa Rec Centre, as an example. So I'm wanting to be convinced why shouldn't we have one at Rangawahia and Pahongana and Cheltenham and like every small part of our district, because it seems to me that it's a reasonably small area that you'd be serving. But I'm asking it as a question. You convinced me that I'm wrong.
Oh, you're not wrong, because everybody would
I
want one
usually
of these. Right? Everybody would want a space and place to go to if they're put out, whether, no matter what flavour you are, where you're from and what you do. Out in Te Ruru, we have 3 operational marae and nowhere for the rest of the locals to go to unless we open our marae. Right? Like what happened in the 2021 flooding. Everybody banded together as a community to look after each other. The marae doors were opened and the whānau came. And we'd always do that. This is about contributing to the local community and having a space for everyone to call theirs and allow the whānau to come and be at a time like the flooding, as well as having accessibility to spaces and places like a wellness centre. It sounds like grabbing something like what you suggested and putting it into the valley. However, if you consider other options which will come out in the next corridor around wellness centre, health and wellbeing for the whole community, I definitely know that'll make a bit more sense, and I'm sure you'll have more questions for that one as well. But I do see what you're saying about the community in your mind being so small. However, depends on where you're stuck and what you need access to at the time that there's an emergency. And Taiho, my friend's got something to say to you.
Ngā mihi nui. I just want to emphasise that our valley is quite busy. Like Gina said, we have 3 active marae now with the reopening of Te Here o Mahuta. And with those 3 marae being active, you reach out to 3 iwi throughout New Zealand, throughout the North Island. We're very busy. We host groups like Te Wānanga Aotearoa. We host sporting groups that come through for basketball. We host kapahaka national groups. So we're quite busy. In particular, my marae, Paupata Te, because we've been open throughout, I'll say within the last 4 years, we've been open throughout those 4 years with the closure of Te Here. And Tokorangi Marae have had various closures to update and renovate. We've hosted groups from around the Motu, stemming right down to Te Waipounamu in the South Island. So we're quite busy. My life is taken up out at the valley. I'm out the valley every weekend, tending to manuhiri. In some instances where we would have 500 people come through our marae, that's just on a day visit. We've had a group out there taking photo shoots for the New Zealand curriculum. So our marae, our valley is very, very busy. Although the residential status is quite low, we're hosting people out there on a regular basis. And to be able to have community resources and other alternative opportunities for manuhiri to come and utilise would be of great benefit for our iwi. Say that we're busy, we're very busy. I could give you our Paupata Te's booking schedule and just show you exactly how busy we are. So like I said, although the residential number is low, we're hosting quite a few people in large numbers on a regular basis. For instance, the opening for Te Here Marae, I would say we'd had about 600 people coming through. We're looking at a kitchen upgrade. We've just submitted our kitchen plans to Manawatu District Council. Once that upgrade happens, we'll also be hosting what we call a pokai, and that's when the Māori King and his entourage comes through, and that's around 1,000 people. And that would be on an annual basis. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Kia ora. Just curious, you talk about kind of utilisation for tamariki and rangatahi kind of between those events. What might that look like? What would those sorts of things be?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Just curious about a facility like this. In your submission, you talked about, utilisation by tamariki and rangatahi between those kind of big events, perhaps, and when it's not utilised as a Civil Defence Centre. What do you see there? What's the vision for that?
Aroha, is it on?
Yes.
Kia ora. Kia ora tātou. Sports practices, our tamariki that are currently there and growing, which is really important to think about when forecasting. Don't have current access in our valley as it is to things like basketball courts, netball courts, tennis courts, and unless they go to places like Martin, Bulls, and surrounding areas. So the costs mount up for parents that are transporting our tamariki to those places. And then you add things like indoor kiorahi facilities, indoor taiaha facilities, or maurako, places where we can congregate kapahaka facilities on a two weekly basis. It will be utilised by the community.
Just to add on to Moero's kōrero, like I said, we had 3 iwi within our valley. So we have Tūwharetoa, Maniapoto, and Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga. Within those 3 iwi, each iwi host what we call pāwars, and we're not able to host that in our rohe. If we were to host that in our rohe, I would offer, because I'm a school teacher, I teach in Martin, I would offer our school grounds in Martin, just to keep the costs down. But I mean, Tūwharetoa pāwars is quite big. That happens all year round on a yearly basis. There's the Tainui Games, and that's where Maniapoto whakapapas too. And then we have quite a few down here in Raukawa ki te Tonga. So a facility like this would enable us to be able to invite iwi back to Te Reo and host and facilitate sporting events such as pāwars.
I've just got one more addition from my wee friend over here, Shiraz Okemeshim from Canada. He comes from a reservation in Canada who have recreation centres on their reservations that provide the same as the marae does. So I've just taken her out to the marae on the weekend, and she was like, wow, how cool would it be in Canada to have somewhere where we could sleep and somewhere where we could eat around our recreation centre, because that's what they've got to utilise, just like Councillor Ford talked about in those other areas that do have them and are turned into civil defence emergency centres and so forth. Her contribution around our rangatahi and youth was prevention for youth to stay away from drugs and alcohol, because there's no shops out there. Gym nights to keep the youth busy in the evenings and weekends. So,
Great, thank you. Final question, Councillor Bell. You've answered it. Excellent. Right. Thank you. We do need to move on. Thank you for your submission. Thank you for your positive vision and your passion for the Valley. It's very, very evident. So thank you for that. So while you're there, let's move on to the next submission, which you're speaking to on page 33.
Kia ora. Thank you, whānau. We'll take this one as being read and how many pages there are of it. What you should know about the submission is that the information contained in it was gathered at the hui I referred to earlier in September last year at Parewahawaha at the What Matters hui for our tamariki mokopuna and Pākeke, which is our babies, our children, our young people, and our elderly people and whānau and us. As you will have read it, the participants from What Matters Manawatu workshop range from the age of 6 years old to 78 years old. The majority of our kapahaka rōpū are young, and we have had over 70 of our Marae Kapahaka Collective participate and give the following ideas. So without going through the whole document, I'm just going to rattle off a couple that are of priorities that I quickly highlighted just before I came in when I got handed it. Just to further paint the picture in which we just talked about. And this is, think about our young people and our children that are requesting this. there's some Pakeke stuff. Pools, shops, gyms, halls, more money, more clean water, hydro slides, basketball court, netball court, fields, petrol station, health clinic at Te Ruru, Papatakaro, playground or field for our tamariki. A whare oranga, a health centre, healthcare, wairua, whānau, tinana, hinengaro, community centre hub. Think of Sir Mason Jury's Te Whare Tapawha on that one. Basketball court, pool, clean water, basketball court, Rongoa Māori Health Centre in Te Ruru, swimming pool out the valley, licensing program, health clinic, indoor sports facilities for youth, kohanga, kura, whare kura, safe environment, gym, basketball courts. Te Matatini, Te Matatini Kapahaka stage. Now, let me just paint another quick picture. If you haven't seen Te Matatini, previously named, performed on the Waikato River up at Turanga Waiwai, Te Matatini now has what we call the maho, which is the stage that is shipped around the country to the said space to be set up and erected for the competition to occur. Now, I know you can see it on the rangitike, on the Orowa, the Matatini Maho. Just imagine that. For my family to have clean water. And like I said, I'm not going to go through all of it, but as we understand you've read, and with Taruki not here, we would like to offer questions to you to ask of us, if we're able to answer them.
Thank you. And thank you for being proactive about bringing your people together about what matters Manawatu. It's awesome feedback and being able to see your priorities there very clearly. So let's open it up for questions, please. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think we should be able to see our way clear for the first 160 suggestions there, but for that last page, that might slow us down a little bit. And I'm thinking perhaps October, something like that, to finish them by. So
yeah.
Slightly more seriously, housing. Number 2, in terms of the topics of importance, and I'm asking, do you have any suggestions on how we can achieve improvement in housing? And I'm thinking particularly Papakainga. Yeah, do you have any specific thoughts in terms of how we could advance?
Can we just look to our Pākeke for any whakaaro that they might like to add?
Papakainga housing projects. I'm thinking village myself. I've been promoting that concept for a while. But I mean, if we have a recreational centre and we have housing around that, yeah, I'm in favour of that. I'm in favour of using rural whenua rather than marae whenua for housing projects. So I think, you know, the support around infrastructure to make that happen.
Auntie's on this side?
Yeah, thankful. Yes, I agree with you, Auntie, yes. The marae stays the marae, it's not the marae land, it's the rural thing, and a contribution that will come out then. I was there when it was floating on Waikato Awa. It was brilliant. Yes, we've got to dream big. Oh, we've got to dream big. Because the things that we're developing now, collaboratively, all of us doing it, we're looking way out past the how many mokopuna down the line that aren't even, nowhere near the picture. So, yeah, it's already started.
So just to follow on from Auntie, my whole family lives in Australia and I'd love for them to come home. And we need to utilise what we've got available to us. As we know, there's a housing shortage. So if we can create sustainable relationships with the council and make that pathway forward for our tamariki and our mokopuna to be able to build homes, let's not restrict ourselves just to Papakainga, but homes on our whenua where they want to build. And then by creating those relationships, by having a space to come back to, by allowing our marae to be our marae, that will help.
with respect to that space to come back to, we do have hundreds and thousands of families that aren't in the valley because there is nowhere to go. And so Papakainga and Forever Homes in general would provide that space for them to come home to.
Thank you. So particularly around the housing, have you done any work on what that might look like, creating a master plan? And is there an opportunity for council to work alongside you and with you around getting that master plan?
Yeah, if you're offering, but we haven't worked on it together as Ngā Hapu o Te Rere, but each whānau have looked at Papakainga on their whenua. But we're yet to get together as an iwi o Te Rere and look at what that could look like as a collective as opposed to each individual whānau developing their own land. What it could possibly look like with this village is that we have a Papakainga for each whānau or each uri, because we've got quite a big collective there. We probably would use up all our space if every single uri or every single hapu iwi member had a space. Yeah. But if we had a Papakainga just allocated for each whānau to come back to, that could be a possibility. But those are conversations that we have to have as a whānau of Te Rere, but the development has started within individual iwi. You heard on Friday night that the Karatia whānau got their building consent plans for their Papakainga were accepted. So they'll be looking at progressing their development on their land.
Thank you. It's good to just understand where you are. So you're very much at that concept stage. Final question, please, Councillor Short.
Thank you. More of a comment than a question. Morena Koutou, thank you for coming today. It's great to see you here and to listen to your visions. I was very lucky to be one of the councillors that went to the rangatahi workshop at Parawahawaha, and the enthusiasm in the room could have lifted the roof, I can assure you. But what it really highlighted to me is the generational vision that I also heard during your treaty claims about bringing the people home and having something for them to come home to. So it's certainly, you're starting to get that vision, and I think it's wonderful, and I encourage you and wish you the best of luck with progressing those. Thank you.
Kia ora. I think just what I'd lastly add is, if the infrastructure is in place and available for us to come home to and build, our whānau will come home. And as Fran indicated, you're not talking about a couple of hundred people. You're talking about a few thousand, because there's 5 in mine that are over there in Australia. So that's just us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We have run out of time, but thank you for your vision, sharing it with us. And, we understand that it's at a very high level, and look forward to having more discussions about how we can support you around coming up with that master plan. So thank you for coming today, and thank you for the people supporting you. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are going to break for 5 minutes only to have a quick break and then be back for the rest of our submitters.
You got it, Dave?
Right, team, please take your seats.
And I will follow up, obviously, but it's probably not quite what they're looking And Mr. Developer is talking tomorrow in Hamilton, coming down to Auckland, and then he'll contact me.
Right. Team, can I bring the meeting to order?
He updated me the other day.
Let's carry on with our submitters, and our first one is where you received this as an extra handout this morning. Welcome, Karen Masters, come and join us. We have your submission, we've read through it, and you're welcome to highlight some of the points in it, and then there may be some questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Helen, and thank you everyone for the opportunity to be heard. Parking, there's not enough. So how about utilising what we already have with the out-of-town car parks that already exist and the Orbiter bus? Most folk I know start their day with a coffee or drink of some sort and then check their messages and emails, etc. Perhaps the car parks could have this facility, and I understand that buses these days can have Wi-Fi as well. To encourage the use of these facilities in a way that minimises the cost to council, perhaps tokens could be used, and then these tokens redeemed at, for example, the Makino Pool or the library. I understand there's going to be a coffee shop attached to the library. Perhaps the all-day parkers that will utilise this new proposed bus service could be issued with these tokens, and perhaps they could buy blue rubbish bags. The bird enclosure, I think it's had its time, but the need for the community to interact with nature still exists. Perhaps council could invest in a bird food dispenser that also takes these tokens. Perhaps a volunteer could sell bags of fruit that can be purchased with these tokens. The bird enclosure might become a situation where a council-owned coffee cart might be, and these tokens could be utilised there. Perhaps these carts could also be available at the bus stops so that the cost to council for developing this new service goes back to council, but have these coffee carts also selling staples, for example, bread and milk, and maybe even volunteer grown vegetables and seasonal fruits. There's a lot of people in this community that care, and the huge thing that's missing from community these days is connection. Perhaps council could advertise what jobs are coming up next that could do with community volunteers' assistance. And I think the council's role needs to be to bring together the community and guide those willing to help in a way that benefits all. Can you imagine what would happen if someone like WINS or the high school got on board with this? And people that needed direction got encouraged to go and help at the council. And you're bound to get heaps of the retired workers that still have so much to give. And the guidance and the interaction that could come, that would build so much that this community desperately needs, that all communities need. It just needs organisation. And I think that's where council's skills could come in. Signage is another thing that concerns me. I know when I'm driving and when it's heavy traffic and I'm stressed, I can't see the signs on the side of the road, but I'm always looking at the road in front of me, making sure that there's that 2-second gap. So please, when the speeds change, if they could be painted on the road. There are some around, like I know Renfurly Road, it's painted on the road there, but everywhere that the speed changes, if that could be painted on the road, that would help enormously. Needs signage to encourage the community to help. Feel free to donate. There are people out there that can afford to donate. And being a dog owner, I take advantage of the wonderful parks that this council supplies, that this council provides in Fielding. There's some beautiful areas. And I think if people had the opportunity to donate for the upkeep and the development, I think a lot of people would choose to. So how about giving that opportunity? A vast majority of people have an app on their phone these days, and it would take maybe 2 minutes to donate $2 when you've had a thoroughly enjoyable walk with your family along the Makino stream. Something along those lines. I believe people want to give to this community because it's a special place. So I think that's about my basic points that I wanted.
Thanks, Karen.
to make.
Thank you. You've raised a number of things there, and some things to think about, even some suggestions for us to improve things. I was interested in your comments about council potentially owning a coffee cart and et cetera, et cetera. Are you suggesting that council might go into competition with existing businesses?
No, I'm thinking that that could work largely to help with my proposal regarding the use of the Orbiter bus by people that currently park all day in the CBD. That perhaps these coffee carts could be situated at the bus stops and the tokens be redeemable there. And yeah, maybe volunteers grow vegetables that in time could be sold there as well.
Thank you for the clarification. Open it up for questions. Any of the team have any questions for Karen? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. You've outlined the vision for how tokens might be used. I just got a wee bit lost on how would somebody be given a token?
When they hop on the bus.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
That's all right. Another idea, I think I wrote it previously, was, you know, perhaps if somewhere like Right Price is made available for all-day parking, perhaps there could be a token dispenser there as well, so that those people that are benefiting the CBD by not parking in it all the time could still have the benefits of all the facilities that the council provides.
Thank
That's
you.
all right.
Thank you for your submission, Karen. Thank you for taking time to write it and then turn up this morning and speak to it. So you've given us some food for thought, some ideas there. So we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen, and everybody else. Thank you.
Right, moving on, we're on page 43. Welcome to Federated Farmers. And we've got Ian and Lara, and you'll be able to introduce your team to us. Ian, thank you for your submission, which we have read. You're welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Kia ora. Thanks for the opportunity to present. Yeah, I'd just like to acknowledge all the work. It's a big document, Shane, and the team in the back as well. All that you've done. Hey, that's the summary. Yeah, I've been online. I've seen yes. Thanks, Alison. We've got Hamish Easton, our dairy chair, and Laura Morrison, our meat and fibre chair, our new meat and fibre chair, along to help us. So
welcome to you both.
Yeah, and thanks very much for scheduling us the morning after opening weekend. Right, so I'll take it as read, and I'll just whip through it, and we'll have time for questions. Right, so our submission covers basically rate increases, proposed changes to revenue and financing policy and civil projects. So key recommendations are that the council ensure expenditure is minimised to maximise the need for rural rates increases, minimise the need for rural rates increases above the rate of inflation. So obviously in January that was 4.7%, and that's come down to 4% recently. That the council adopt the maximum amount of 30% of total revenue allowed to be allocated under the Uniform Annual General Charges, where all rateable properties get a benefit from council services such as council governance, environmental health, emergency management, district planning, the council's front counter staff who answer public questions. The council functions such as animal control, building control, consents, planning, and alcohol licences should be funded from user charges, with any balance funding shortfall to be made up from the funding from a UAGC in the first instance, so that the 30% UAGC is maximised. And if there is any additional funding shortfall after that, any remainder on the general rate in the second instance. We recommend that the council fund urban stormwater management systems and activities, fielding CBD redevelopment, economic development, solid waste disposal from a combination of user charges and targeted rates on properties that receive benefit from these systems and not from general rates. That the council retain differentials less than 1.0 for rural farm properties to more equitably collect rates from high value properties which would not receive a higher rate of service from the proposed rate increases collected. So on rates, the council was to be commended for a policy of keeping proposed average rates to within 7.09% in year one. Even so, the rates increased in the draft LTP for farm owners will be higher than this with the rural differential reduced. Now, I suppose our main takeaway from being here is that in this year, farm income, many sheep and beef farmers are likely to have will be experiencing a decrease in income. Profit for sheep and beef farmers is expected to decrease to an estimated 54% compared to year 2022-23. Extensive sheep and beef farms face the greatest declines in profitability, mostly due to a greater reliance on sheep revenue. Many farmers will be making cash losses and will be forced just to borrow to survive. Many farmers will need to undertake supplementary work off farm to make up revenue shortfalls, and we've certainly seen plenty of this. Even in the dairy, in the southern end of the province, we've had a very dry, in fact, an adverse dry event. So a lot of those dairy farmers, when they do their accounts in June, will find they're in the red. But we've got a situation, especially in the hills, where we've got farmers that are going to be losing $200 a hectare. So that's a combination of high costs, low prices, and interest rates starting to bite, and that's without maintenance done and fertiliser put on this year. So we've got situations where we've got our bigger farmers losing six-figure sums this year, and it's likely it's going to happen next year. There's no light at the end of the tunnel on sheep meat. If the council is in a situation where projected expenditure is more than revenue, we would prefer that the council sharpen its pencil and reduce unnecessary expenditure rather than choosing to increase rates. We are highly concerned that the Reserve Bank will resume raising the official catch rate if New Zealanders do not curb their spending, which will have adverse repercussions for everyone. So the productive sector, which we all rely on terribly, and no one more so than this area, is going to cop it. And with the productive sector slowed to get going again, the whole regional economy will be affected. So it's not just a worry for farmers; it's actually a worry for all of us, the whole lot of us. So yeah, we're very reliant on the whole thing working its way through. And yeah, I suppose farmers don't. You probably haven't had a lot of farmers coming here with big wish lists wanting a whole lot of stuff. Most of the time, we just want the infrastructure and be able to get on with doing what we're doing. Targeted rates, where rates are not able to be apportioned to a UAGC or where services are only supplied to particular properties, federated farmers support targeted rates. The cost of particular services can be targeted to those that benefit. For example, hospitality businesses can pay a targeted rate for tourism promotion, or a farmer can pay a targeted rate for pest management in rural areas. Rates collected on a targeted rate should be used for that particular purpose. Just on differentials, Federated Farms has long respected the council's maintenance of a differential of less than 1 for rural properties. We hope that the council will continue this policy. We obviously disagree with the change in rural road rating differentials. Yeah, we understand costs are high and it's difficult, but property value does not reflect actual income or the benefit from services, and that includes and roading's all part of that. We note that there out of 7,760 properties rated in the rural differential in the Manawatu district, there are only 1,565 bigger than 20 hectares. So it's a relatively small number of people in properties that are paying the large amounts, and with the change in the potential change in the roading differential, it's a fair amount of people, and as I've said, those are people that this region relies on. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, and we'll open it up to questions. But yeah, my take home message is that it's a once in a generation downturn in the sheep and beef industry, and there's a lot of herd out there, and any support the council would be able to give would be appreciated, and I think it'll benefit us all better in the long term.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You've covered a number of topics. The one I was interested in, just as a starter, you said that council fund stormwater activities, CBD, economic development, etc., of user charges and targeted rates, not from general rates. So are you saying that our primary sector does not have any benefit from economic development that we invest in?
To a certain degree, but it's really getting the mix right. And at the moment, we've got people out in the north of the province whose sole activity is farming, probably not getting a lot of benefit from that, and and especially those bigger properties paying a lot of rates. And yeah, so it's really a matter of balance, and we'd like to see that balance in favour of user pays and targeted rates.
Thank you. Let's open it up for questions from the team, please. Councillor Short for a question.
Can I just add to that? I think that the important thing to note is we're here as the farmer's voice, but in terms of what you were asking, Mayor, the first thing that we tend to skim when it comes to looking at our bottom line in times like this is what we spend when we're in town. And I think that's kind of what we're trying to say here, and we're not trying to say that we're not benefiting from the EDA that happens in urban areas. We want to make sure that it's clear we're not kind of we're not wanting to be involved in that rural urban divide chat. It's just more wanting to ensure that we're able to sustain, production on our land as well as contributing to an urban spend when we're in town.
Thank you. Is that clarification? Councillor Short.
Well, I guess my question is along the same lines, but I'll just add a little bit more into it. Thank you. In 4.8 of your submission, you state rural properties receive no benefit from economic development activity and therefore should not fund this. But in your summary, you highlight how the agricultural sector has a huge importance to the economy of New Zealand. I find those slightly conflicting statements. And some of the money that we invest in economic development, I believe, is very beneficial to our rural ratepayers. A lot of the work we do with CEDA, the food strategy, etc., the new ring road that's going to open up channels for freight to Oranganui. And also we've got a very big push on regional tourism at the moment with a focus on trying to attract tourists to stay in rural locations. So I just wondered if you could clarify, is that a yes or no, somewhere in the middle, only from the things we benefit?
Yeah, well, the likes of CEDA, that's probably a nice to have, and I wouldn't have thought there'd be a lot of farmers directly benefit from that. It's all, the food strategy is a very well written document and very well researched, but it's very much a nice to have. And in terms of those farmers who are working 60, 70 hours a week to lose money this year, I know what they'd say about funding CEDA right now, and a few other extra projects, economic development ones. So, look, if you want innovation and better outcomes in terms of environment and production from farmers, you're best to keep their costs down as much as possible and just let them get on with it most of the time. I mean, it's always hard cutting out the nice to haves, and obviously all of you around this table, you've got ratepayers who are asking all sorts of different things, but from farmers' point of view, they're best at getting on and innovating and getting out there and doing stuff when they're in the black again. Yeah, Lord.
That does open. There's also a really lovely opportunity there with the likes of your EDA relationships to look at how you communicate that engagement to a wider net of farmers. I think in terms of the food tech and innovation that's happening in that space in our region, like Ian says, it is a nice to have, but it's also quite heavily focused on niche areas of food development, food production and innovation. And, for want of a better word, there's a kind of sexiness to that. There's a novelty factor that, is beguiling. But I think in terms of being able to sustain what will underpin that, it's looking at how to help your current food producers.
But farmers already pay levies to the likes of Beef and Lamb and Dairy NZ and these sort of outfits. So, sometimes less is more. In terms of those.
Thank you. Councillor Underwood.
Hi. You mentioned that the downturn in the sheep meat industry is a once in a generation thing. Do you think that it's anyway driven by the research into alternative proteins? And if that is the case, do you think it's going to be a continuing thing and not just a blip in the...
Yeah, good question. I think the alternative proteins, I think they've come and gone a wee bit. There was a lot of excitement about that sort of 5 years ago, and a lot of them are going under now. So I think the good news is the future's bright because free range, grass-fed red meat and milk is something the world's going to want more of. And I think if we can get through this, I think the future's very bright. A lot of the problem right now, there's two things with red meat. There was a high reliance on China who've pulled pin, and Australia have had massive production over the last 2 years, and they supply exactly the same market. So there's a bit of a perfect storm of a couple of marketing factors plus the cost and interest rates. So it's a bit of a perfect storm, I suppose. Fairly similar to what we saw in the 80s, in the late 80s, yeah, mid 80s.
Thank you. Councillor McFadyen.
Thank you, Worship. I've got a business in town, and I can assure you it's as tough for us, including the rate increases and all the other things that we have to put up with. I'd just like to draw your attention to the fact that our proposed differential roading charge or move is actually the council's position was to support implementing that in 3 years' time, not immediately. And then the other question
Over 3 years, councillor.
over 3 years. Sorry, quite correct. The other question is that you're probably aware that a lot of those roading charges are spent sort of in Bolton, Pōngahau North because of Gabrielle and ongoing events. The council's decided that I guess we have a little bit of a Fonterra approach where when a farmer is adversely affected through weather event or disaster, that they continue to get paid as the greater model, and that everybody shares it. Do you think that we should perhaps apply a higher differential into those northern regions? Because I guess that's the other question we can do rather than spread the load across everybody.
Yeah, I suppose unfortunately it's probably those northern regions that are suffering economically most at the moment. So I suppose it's a little bit difficult. Obviously farming's the backbone of this region, and if you the forestry thing's still around, and the whole farm forestry thing is still around. And the last thing we'd want in 20 years' time is to see those because the banks are working very hard at the moment. A lot of people are allowed to extend overdrafts 1 year, but it's not going to happen 2 years in a row. And what we really don't want to see is those northern areas into trees, because there goes our economic livelihood in the future. So yeah, even though, yeah, look, it's arguable that the most benefits from them, I think the benefit to the region as a whole in giving those, helping those people through this downturn will benefit us all long term.
Thank you. Councillor Quarry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Welcome to our meeting this morning. Last week, the Federation submitted to Horizons in regard to some of the concerns they had there. I was wondering if you could make a brief outline as to the submission to Horizons and the danger that their massive rate increase will have on top of a rate increase from MDC.
Yeah, well, I suppose the first point is I did have actually a number of farmers ask me, what actually do Horizons do? It's a lot clearer what the district council does with Three Waters and infrastructure. Yeah, our submission, with the rating rises, with the lowering of the uniform annual general charges, has put the general rate obviously a lot higher, and it was property owners and especially farmers that were taking the bulk of that, just at a time where I've outlined where most don't have the ability to pay. So really the main message was about the rates rise. Sorry.
The level of that rate rise.
So the level of that rate rise, we actually had members come in. There was some higher than 50% in year one. The average Horizons rate rise is 12.9%, but I think some of the residential people are in single figures. But we didn't find any farmers that were under that 12.9, so most around the 20 to 30% first year. Mine personally is 21%, and yet in year one, Laura's 33. Yeah, so yeah, huge rises. It was 20. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
One of your early comments in the submission and this today, you mentioned minimising the rural rate increase to the rate of inflation. Is that a concern or a kind of an approach that you have specific to rural rate payers, or would you? What's the philosophy behind that? Would you apply that more broadly?
Yeah, it's just about sustainability, really. I think I came in here about 8 or 10 years ago, just did my own submission, and I put a graph up on the screen about rate rises. Look, you're to be commended for having one of the lower rate rises around, but even at 7%, rates double every 10 years. Your total rating bill doubles every 10 years at 7%. So it's obviously it's not sustainable, and as we've written in the thing, written in our submission, we just got to have a look at ways of chopping things and restructuring. Federated Farmers had a big restructure end of last year. We had to shed about 20% of our national staff because we just have less income and we don't have the ability to get more income. And we can't put up we decided not to increase our membership costs or ask our sponsors for more. And so we've just had to cut our coat according to our cloth. So it's really we've got to get within cooey of the rate of inflation at some stage, because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of inflation, high interest rates, and somewhere we've got to. And look, in saying that, this council's one of the better councils at doing it, and pretty well organised. But we've all got to actually realise we can't keep carrying on like this. It's those graphs of compounding rate rises are just going to keep going.
Thank you. Councillor Short.
Thank you. So on that note, do you think the funding model nationally from central government down is broken?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a flawed model of so property value is not a good indicator of ability to pay or services. So yeah, look, and obviously you've got you guys have only got the uniform annual general charges and the rates differentials ways of adjusting that, and this council does it pretty well. So it is a broken model. Yes.
And I'd encourage you, when you get the opportunity, to remind central government that rates are a tax, and then to put GST on top of a tax on top of a tax really isn't palatable, and they need to reconsider how that's managed across the country. If we could retain our GST proportion of the rates that are paid, if it came back, we'd be in a lot better position.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and let me assure you I will get to a question. I'm interested about the generational comment, Ian, obviously. Some of us are around and being another generation that struggled through the 80s. And apart from capital values being retained and interest rates being slightly more sympathetic than they were in the 80s, one, do you think things are as bad as they were in the 80s with that aside? And secondly, do you see more than annual cash flow deficits? In other words, like I know in the 80s, many sheep and beef farmers, went 4 or 5 years with negative cash flow to the point that it was out the back door. Do you see that that's potentially a real threat for continual negative cash flow?
Yeah, in the sheep meat industry, which is really the main show in town in this region, obviously, there's not a light at the end of the tunnel. But beef's going all right, dairy's ticking along all right. But yeah, there is potential for and obviously there's a lot of people had to walk off the land in the 80s. There is potential for some degree of that, and the longer it goes, the more potential for people having to walk off there's going to be. So yeah, there is no light at the end of the tunnel for the sheep meat thing, just in the short medium term. Yeah, so potentially it could get quite ugly. Yep.
Thank you. Any final question? Thank you. Thanks, team. Thank you for your continued interest in how we manage all this. there's some good information in here, some good points for us to consider. And we just thank you for your ongoing support of what council tries to do for our community. So we appreciate it. And thanks for your time today.
Yeah, and look, can I just say, we really appreciate the relationship we have with this council and the ongoing dialogue and the discussions we have, and we really cherish this relationship with this council. So look, thanks very much for your support as well.
Thanks, team. Right, our next submission, if we go to page 49, and welcome Dana. Danya, my apologies. Nothing worse than having your name said wrong. Come and join us. Thank you for your submission. And please take that as read. You're welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Thank you very much. Let's see what we got here. Right. Excuse my coughing fit. I just right when I was kind of come up and speak to you.
That's all right. There's some water
myself.
there in front of you if
Yes,
you'd like
thank
some.
you. So hello, everyone, Mayor, councillors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Danya, and I represent Fielding Trails, which is just a little trail advocacy group here in Fielding. Now let me see if I can work this little guy here. No, that way.
Reaction.
Where am I pointing, I wonder?
At me.
At you. Okay, cool. All right. Okie dokie. So yes, today I'm here to try and get some council buy-in to support the development of some shared mountain bike trails close to Fielding. By shared, I mean walking and biking. I'm an advocate for shared trails. We can have separate trails, but I do like a shared trail. And regarding close to Fielding, if you are a mountain biker currently in Fielding, you will probably need to make a round trip of about 70 kilometers out of town if you want to do some trail riding on your bike. I understand this is with the exception of the Mount Taylor neighborhood track. It's about 800 meters. If you've been up there, just a short loop in the neighborhood. It's really cool, but it is very short. So generally we're traveling out of town, and that would be for at least half a day, if not a full day, with all of the spending opportunities that go with that. So breakfast and lunch, coffees, beers afterwards, possibly dinner, and possibly gassing up the car as well, and maybe a bit of shopping because you're out there as well, maybe in the city or in a different place than you usually are. We do have in the region a great bike park, Arapuki, up in the mountains. That is 72 k's away. That's a collaboration between Palmerston North City Council and the Mountain Bike Club. It's a huge asset. It's really cool, but it is 35 k's away, and it's on the other side of the city. And you could choose to go to Scott's Ferry, if you like. That's at Tangamoana. There's a new track outside of Martin that Rangitikei District Council has assisted with. Still, again, to us, it's more than 70 k's away. If you're going to travel that far, you might as well go to Foxton. The Horowhenua District Council has worked with and is working with currently the Mountain Bike Club. Cousins Reserve already exists, and Target Reserve has just started. There's an MOU just recently signed, and they're out there with rakes yesterday, actually, to make those trails. And if you're going 100 k's to Foxton, you might as well go 130 to Dennyberg. They have a little area set aside out there as well. And a little bit closer in, there's one downhill trail outside the gorge on the other side that's close to Woodville. So if you look at those circles, there's a big hole in the middle of the region around Fielding. Traditionally, I think our space has been rural productive land, that type of thing. So it's not really ever been set aside for reserves or recreation, really. Not a lot of it anyway. And actually the reserves that we do have in Fielding and the surrounds are through the hard work of people after the area was settled. Let's see. So for the submission, there was 3 ideas. One is to revisit the mountain bike club's use of the closed landfill at Ranfurly Road, or for council to define a preferred parcel of land for the same purpose. The second part of the submission is the Orua River Trail, which has been proposed already in the long-term plans in some iteration. And this idea is connecting Timona Park with Kitchener Park via the Orua River. This is a really popular idea within the community, and it's one that I think would really benefit the town of Fielding itself. And that river trail forms the bulk of this particular submission. But thirdly, as well, we'd like to open up a dialogue about building a paved pump track in Fielding. So the first idea, the land for a bike park, is pretty straightforward. Fielding Trails, the mountain bike club, and the community, we just like to develop a space for riding. This can be non-productive land. Maybe it's a space that needs rehabbing, but there's no money for it. Mountain bikers are really good at rehabbing land and making it not only useful, but a really valuable asset for the future. We were allowed into the old landfill at Ranfurly Road for a while, so we could revisit that again, or really anything within that kind of black hole, if you like. A little bit south of Fielding, kind of up to, Waituna West, Kiwatia. There's some really nice spaces up there. But really just asking for council to look around for maybe land that is not really useful for anything else, and maybe is a line item that you cannot spend money on. So moving on to that second part of the submission, sorry. Fielding Trails, we're currently opening up an old community trail on the, on the water title along the Orua River. We currently have about 700 meters done, which is not a lot of the whole thing. And we're gonna come up against some private land here soon, maybe within the next 100 meters. However, council controls around half of the land that would be needed to make this connection work. And that is your sanitation district down, ends at Bonus Road, basically. So we are asking council for permission to access the perimeter of that sanitation area and Awahuri Forest Park, although we know that the trust, Kitchener Park Trust, is going to need to agree with that particular suggestion as well. But if council agrees to let us traverse that land, then I think the landowners will see that the community is serious and that council's supporting the project as well. On that topic, the Orua River, I mean, I'm sure you've actually heard a lot of this in previous submissions, so I'm going to blaze through this, but the community benefits of trail building are wide. Let's see here. So first of all, they showcase the area. So we have a great little climate, obviously, and we have little great waterways, which at times give us some headaches. But the work done in recent times to clean up the rivers and streams around us is something to be proud of, and something that we should probably show off, I feel. Even at only 700 meters currently, the Orua River Trail takes us down some lovely, quiet, rural riparian areas, and it's just so good for the heart and the brain, yet it's so close to town, and it doesn't take people out in their cars somewhere else. Economic and tourism benefits. I'm glad to hear that there's a little focus on tourism, because mountain biking makes up a huge, huge sector of tourism. Let's see. There are a lot of documents that have written down the benefits that other places have found from building a trail. So you can think about Lake Dunstan down in the South Island, or you can think about Arapuki just up by Palmerston North. They've had economic reports done. So if anybody wants to see those, I can gather them up for you. So in particular, down at the Arua Trail, I've personally seen a reduction in antisocial activity. When I first went down there, I was basically fighting the space with glue sniffers, and that's not even a joke. These are pictures from under the bridge, and I would find glue cans and glue bags and crates of crushed beer cans in the bush. There were no trails there. They would just go down there, bash a little trail, sit down in the bush, and do what they do and leave their trash and boot out back to wherever they came from. Something really interesting down at the Arua under the bridge is I've seen, these are my photos of the tracks. Those are stoat, I think, maybe rat, I'm really not sure. But I've also been followed out by a possum in that little strip. And mountain bikers are really good trappers. A benefit of trail building is the activity of club members and other volunteers managing pest trapping programs. And if you have seen on the news recently, the Kiwis wandering around Wellington City is really, really cool. And that is because Makara Peak is a piece of land that Wellington City Council basically kind of betrothed to the bikers and walkers out there. And they set up Makara Peak Supporters Group, and they've basically controlled all of the trapping and the replanting and the rehabilitation of that area. And now Wellington has Kiwis like wandering around the suburbs. It's amazing. And that's the result of a strong and dedicated team of volunteers with, frankly, a fantastic vision and astounding results, really. So getting back locally to the Arua River Trail, these are all my pictures as well. So cutting the first little bit of the trail was a lot of blackberry that was about, I mean, it was literally 10 feet high above my head, really thick canes. There's, I forget the name of that plant that they're having trouble with at Kitchener Park, but the fragma something that it looks like bamboo but isn't. Yeah. So there's a little patch down there, not too much, but there's a lot of Montbretia, bindweed, lots of fennel, and a little bit of old man's beard down there too. But again, mountain bikers and walking volunteers and stuff, we really like to take care of that stuff and clean up the area. And we like to plant trees. So these are all seedlings from my house that I've grown, and they are starting to get planted out at the Arua River Trail right now, actually. So the challenges out there in that particular spot are obviously flooding. And we've all seen a lot of that recently. However, honestly, that's part and parcel of having a river trail. We expect that maintenance and repair and even rebuilding is part of having a river trail. Parts of them will disappear. That's just the fact. But it's a good reason really to have, single tracks instead of, your expensive lined paths that require bedding in and stuff, and to have them just disappear in the next flood is it makes for unhappy people. And a waste of money. So, but single tracks are much easier to rehab after a flood. So that's what we're kind of looking at, single tracks. A challenge with trail building is road building. You can see here, this is quite disappointing. This is at the end of the Arua River Trail. Without governance, it's kind of a free-for-all. And I've got a fella down there with a chainsaw going a little bit too keen, I feel. But I've had kids building jumps in the middle of the shared path. I currently have trouble with these guys and others who don't care about sustainable trail building, which is key. That's what Feeling Trails is about. That's what we hitch our wagon to. So formalizing an agreement with governing bodies like yourself would help Fielding Trails and the Mountain Bike Club be able to tell these guys, hey, we've got a plan and we need you to follow it. So this one's really cool. It's a pressing issue right now, I would say. I would put this as the #1 priority for me in Fielding Trails right now. And this is something that only council can help me with. It's to actively discourage these neighborhood dirt bikers. They frequently use the Timona Park walkway and the roadside reserve on Wars Road. And they have said to me that they are allowed to ride them, contradicted by your parks department, I must say. But they say that there's no signs or whatever, and the fact is there are no signs. There are no signs to indicate to them they can't be there, and they can't go all the way down to Timona Park, but they do go there and back to their homes. So part of the submission today is that we want an effort made by council to dissuade these local guys who are inviting their mates to Fielding to jump on some bikes in the garage, and the bikes are over 250cc, and they jump on them and they sprint the walkways, and that's the fun that they're having. And if dirt bikes were suppressed on the Timona Park path properly, the proposed trail would be unable to be reached by these guys unless they cross the river, which they might do, but I doubt it. So if I move on to the third and last, oh, whoopsie. Oh, my man, help me out. We move on to the third concept here. Yeah, one before that. Oh, no, that's good. That's good, actually. Yeah. Pardon me. It's an all-weather pump track. So these are for all wheels and all weather. And this has come up pretty recently, just a suggestion from the community, really. So I've gathered some initial estimates. They're kind of on the high side, I feel, but I could be wrong. 80K was given to me as a price, but so these are basically all-weather tracks for skateboards, scooters, and bikes as well. I wonder if this is gonna... Oh yeah, so that's what they look like, right? You've probably seen them around. Lots of councils are building them. Schools are getting funding for them. There's a good one up at Foxton, a really good one in New Plymouth. I think a good example for Fielding is actually the little strip in Palmerston North City along their river path. It's just a little kind of a ribbon that follows the main path, and it kind of deviates off and up into the like little slope and the trees and that, and then pops back down. And I have a feeling if we get a quote for something like that, it's going to be hopefully lower than 80K, I would think. Yeah, and just a preliminary idea would be to put it along that green spine near the skate park, because it's kind of similar activities, and it'd be central to town. I anticipate that there would be community funders that would help with the bulk of that cost, but we might require seed funding from council to start the process and show commitment. So, I'm not sure how long that was, but to summarize, if council can think about looking around for a spot to develop some higher grade trails, either Ranfilly Road or another piece of land somewhere kind of close, that would be good. We are asking for support with the river trail, including access around your area and infrastructure. So that's barriers, that's road crossing at Kawakawa Road. And lastly, perhaps a little seed money for a pump track for the community and space to put it. So yeah, that's the submission. Just here for some like good fun stuff. We think Fielding is super great and deserves some wholesome outdoor activity closer in to Fielding. So thank you for listening. You can talk to me anytime about any of this, and you can ask questions if you would like.
Thank you. Thank you very much, but also thank you to the Fielding Trails team for the work that you are currently doing and are willing to do. And we hear the request that, you know, if council was able to provide some support for some of these projects, together we'd achieve it for the community. So I appreciate that. Open it up for questions from the team, please. Any questions? It was a very good presentation. It was very clear. And yeah, so thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. Just thinking across those three potential projects or things underway at the moment, where would you put your priority?
Priority right now would be the Orua River Trail. I think that's the biggest benefit to Fielding. I am actually, I put on the tail end of my paper submission details about myself. Have just well, not just, it's been 6 years I've been back actually in Fielding, but I was in Colorado, and the town that I lived in has developed a mountain bike trail network of 600 miles of trails, and that was when I had left 6 years ago. So that's more than 1,000 kilometers, I think. It has absolutely rained money on those towns that have done that in the States. And obviously we don't have room for 600 miles, but you can look around the country, and not even just the country, but Australia and other places as well, even Asian countries. They are building these trails around towns, and people like myself and other mountain bikers, we're big travelers. So we love to go and explore a new spot. We'll maybe stay in the town if the spot is large enough. And I think personally that Orua River Trail is a no-brainer for Fielding and really needs some commitment. And I really hope the landowners are on board as well when we get to that point. I think having a big old loop south of Fielding to connect the two paths that you guys have worked really hard and spent a lot of money on is a no-brainer and going to be really beneficial. And the great thing about that particular location is that all the roads lead back to town. So all the roads, you know, there's no tapping out and getting in your car and going back to Palmy. You have to come back into town. So you're going to get your lunch. You're going to, you know, if you drive in from somewhere else, you're going to park up, get your coffee, get your breakfast, get your bike, go to the staging area, ride around, come back to town, get your lunch, whatever. You know, I think it's beneficial for the town itself, personally. So that would be my priority.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Tēnā koe. I just have a question around the Aroa Trail.
Sure.
Have you been able to seek feedback and present to the residential owners and iwi on what their ideas are?
No, I am really excited to talk to iwi actually about it. I know there's been some action with planting that the marae down there has done. And I hope that we'd be in it together to work on this together. And I also think that it's an opportunity to educate people about the iwi and the marae in the area as well through informative signs and stuff like that, and having a learning walking trail kind of a thing. I think that'd be really cool. And but no, I haven't approached them yet. I'm a little nervous, but it's high on my list. And as far as the landowners, I have not approached them either. I kind of wanted to get the council's opinion on the project before going into, I don't want to say battle, but it could be, you know, trying to convince somebody to allow a strip of land for something like this. It could be a battle. I don't know, but I wanted to gauge council's response to it first. But yes, those two things are on my list for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Short.
Thank you. Really exciting proposal there. I'm wondering whether this might possibly fit in. I talked to Rangiotu before about the Walking Access Commission. Now, I don't know whether they would cover cycle trails, but certainly, which sits within a government department.
Yeah.
Certainly look up and see if there's anything they might be able to do to assist you, particularly with the legalities of crossing private landowners' land, etc.
Yes.
So as I say, I'm not sure if they cover cycleways, but I couldn't see why they wouldn't.
Actually, that's that group that you were discussing with Alice. I have a good relationship with those guys already, I've worked with Herenga Nuku on access for a trail down in Levin that was gated by the landowner. And we were trying to find out, you know, was that legally gated? Is that an access way, public access way, various things. So I actually engaged them to look into that, and they have been absolutely awesome. They're such a good resource. So yes, I'm familiar with those guys, have a good relationship with them. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your submission and the effort that you put into the presentation and the supported by the photos, etc. today. So well done for the work so far.
Thank you.
And so you've put that challenge out to council to see what we can do to help you. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here. Thanks.
Okay, we are on page 55. Welcome, Kim. Come and join us at the table. We have your written submission, take it as read, and you're welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Yes. Kia ora, my name's Kim. I live in Rangiotu. I have not heard of that commission, but that would hopefully speak to. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to touch on, mine's really short. I thought I had 3 minutes. So I just wanted to touch on a couple of things with the roading differentials proposal. I noted in there that it states that Fielding residents are paying for roads that they would infrequently use. I would posit that a lot of us rural people are paying towards things in Fielding that we very, very rarely use. I come to Fielding probably about 6 times a year. I'm happy that my rates go towards libraries and pools and stuff in Fielding. But, you know, I would say that it's apples for apples. They infrequently use my road. I infrequently use anything in Fielding that people here use on a daily basis. What I'm really here today to speak about is what I call the forgotten corner of MDC. Down where I live in Rangiotu, Rongotea, Benisi, Taikoria, we have no amenities for recreation. I have nowhere where I can just go take my dog for a walk, and I have nowhere where I can access my awa. And that is my local natural taonga. It's a massive part of the identity of our local area, and yet we're one of the only areas in the district that really are completely cut off from our river. There's nowhere that I can think of that I can go and spend time next to my awa, which is such a big part of the identity. We're in the Taonui Basin, we're water people, and so many people in MDC, including in Fielding, have really lovely access to the Orua River, and yet we can only see it from road bridges and sort of wave hello, you know, as we're going past. So I'm just here to advocate today that you maybe think about that area, what I call the forgotten corner of MDC. We pay rates too. I would love somewhere to go walk my dog and connect with my awa. That commission sounds interesting, the walking people. Hopefully other people have brought this up too, but I note that there's the Manawatu destination work that CEDA are doing as well. Very little, if anything, and I don't think that the city to see trails going to happen in the next 10 to 20 years. I really don't think that there's the funding for it. So all I'm here to ask is for some connection to some recreational space somewhere in our little corner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Kim. So you're seeking 2 key things, that is somewhere to walk the dog and river access. Do you have, living in that area, knowing it intimately, do you have any suggested areas, A, for dog walks, but B, for easy river access?
Yeah, I do. So recently the Opaki toll bridge, as we all know, fell into the river it's such a cool, amazing old structure. And I don't know if you've seen on the local community pages, but people have really amazing stories when it comes up on Facebook and stuff of going over that in the rickety old bridge in their cars and talking to the man who ran the tolls there. And it's a really, I never knew anything about it. I saw it for 2 years before I even knew what it was. And it's got some really cool old stories. And yet again, it's completely cut off from the public. And so there is actually a stretch of land there. I've never seen cows on it, and it's right by the highway there, and it is in the MDC boundary, and it's just on the right side of the bridge. And I think that would make a lovely little park, chuck some native trees in there, and get to hang out with the Opiki Bridge and chuck some information about the bridge up and stuff. That would be lovely. And also maybe about Rangiotu to Rangamarie, which is just across the water. That would be a cool opportunity to have a real destination park. And the other one is very similar to the Orua River Trail. We've got that amazing stop bank that goes right along Main Drain Road. And I would just love, I always look at it and think, oh, if only I could just walk Monty along there, along the river, and it would be so nice. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great to have some suggested areas. Councillor Short.
Thank you. Unfortunately, council boundaries don't suit everybody where we live and in which towns we access, but you know, the government put lines on a map and unfortunately we have to adhere to them. I think in our community, the most disadvantaged one is probably Mangariri Road, which comes out at Mangaweka Village and it comes out into the Rangitiki. You can't even go into the drive into the Manawatu district. But anyway, that aside, there is a question coming. The opportunities with the City to Sea walkway, and while it might be a number of years before the whole length of it is achieved, what if a small section was done in the Bainisi Rangiotu community, a couple of kilometres, etc.? Would that meet some of your needs for the community, do you think?
Yeah, I went to the meeting last year in Longburn, which was really nice to see you there, Mayor Warboys. And my main problem with that is I understand the use of the railway land for access there. My main issue is, I think the same issue that lots of people have, is that you're basically just riding along a highway. Personally, I would change the layout of that proposed cycleway, and I would put some of it near the river. I would much rather walk or cycle next to a river than a busy 100k highway. I do think it's a great idea and I'd love to see it happen. I know that it's very, very expensive and I think it's very unlikely to happen. Do I want a park or a walkway next to a highway? Not so much, no. If we could have the whole cycleway and some of it near the river, that'd be awesome.
Thank you. Ideal. No further questions. Thank you, Kim, for your submission. You've given us some things to think about and some options to consider, and we will come back to you once we've done our deliberation. But thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Right, we are on submission 58, and have we got Christina on Zoom? We have. Excellent. Welcome, Christina. Welcome to the council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We have your submission in front of us from the representing the RSPCA. We have read it, so you're welcome to speak to it, and then there may be some questions.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm going to go through a brief presentation. I'm going to share my screen, and then I will come back to you and for questions. So happy to be here today to talk to you about one of the more important issues for the SPCA, and that is the desexing of cats. So we're talking about both male and female cats. There's a lot of benefits to desexing cats. We see welfare benefits specifically for the individual, and the submission has quite a lot of detail on that. So I won't go too much into this, but we do see increased lifespan, lower risks of cancer, and we see these other behavioral benefits that are positive. We see decrease in aggression. We see a decrease in behaviors that maybe we don't want to see as much if we have companion cats in our lives, such as spraying and marking. Totally normal things to a cat, but not the easiest to manage as a cat owner. Importantly, we see a decrease in roaming. So if cats are allowed to go outside, they're less likely to go far if they're desexed. And then the other big important part of desexing for our organization is that there are population benefits to desexing cats. And what I mean by that simply is when we desex our companion cats, we are less likely to have these, what we call unplanned litters of kittens. So this is litters that may happen before an owner has desexed their cat, or maybe they just haven't gotten around to doing it yet, and lo and behold, the cat becomes pregnant. This is a massive issue in New Zealand. We typically refer to this as cat overpopulation, and this is in the companion cat space. Through the doors of our animal welfare centers, we see every year lots of kittens born that from companion cats that had not yet been desexed. We also know that this feeds into our stray cat populations, and there's quite a lot of issues with these are the cats that don't have an owner, but they're living with us in our communities. They might be quite social or unfriendly, but we have a lot of issues with stray cats as well. And one of the ways that we can humanely manage stray cat populations is to ensure our companion cats are desexed. One of the big challenges in New Zealand is we do have a lot of cat owners that are doing this, but we're seeing these numbers decrease, and that worries us. We know that cats are very prolific breeders. It doesn't take long to lose ground that we gain in breaking this cycle of cat overpopulation. And one of the things that we know about New Zealand cat owners is if they have not yet desexed their cat, it is the number one reason they haven't done so yet is because it is expensive. It is the cost of the procedure. So SPCA, we have our national desexing program, and this is maybe more familiar to you would be our snip and chip program. This is a very popular program. This is where we offer subsidized desexing and microchipping for companion cats. We've in the last few years, we've turned this into a national program that's run from our national office. And we have, since it's run, desexed over nearly 19,000 cats across the country. And what we like to do is think that's a welfare gain for those individual cats. But what we also like to think about is how many kittens did we prevent from being born as unplanned litters because of those cats getting desexed? And we estimate about 3 to 4 when we look at that, if we look at the average number of kittens that might be born to a companion cat each year. So this is a big deal for us because we're improving welfare of the cats, but we're really working hard to reduce these cat overpopulation issues. And what we've done today with our submission is I wanted to talk to you about how we are approaching councils to work with us. We have actually had quite a bit of success with getting funding from councils because it's a priority in those council areas. And they're willing to support this as a community-led initiative. So this is where we are helping people achieve what they want to do. When we offer vouchers for subsidized desexing and microchipping, often they quote unquote sell out. We know this is in-demand service, and councils that we have worked with have been happy to support us. And let me advance my slides. One more slide. And here's just a list of some of the councils that we've been successful working with. A number of local boards up in Auckland, also up in Whangarei, down in the South Island, Waitaki and Dunedin. And I wanted to point out Auckland Council as well. We have worked with Auckland Council to work with our program where we will target a subsidized desexing campaign in areas where we have the highest intake of kittens coming in, meaning we know there's a lot of unplanned breeding going on in these communities let's target our subsidized dissexing in those areas. We've also worked with Auckland Council in areas of high biodiversity value. So these might not be areas that typically we would offer snip and chip, but council has said it's important to us because these are areas sensitive to where wildlife sensitive to cat predation are living. So we're quite flexible with how we work with councils. We have a reporting stream. We're able to present reports for councils to show how the money's been spent and target it directly to the cost of dissexing. So these are programs we run anyways, so we know what we're doing. We have a great team. And so in a way, this is just an approach to ask for your financial support. With that being said, I'm going to stop sharing my screen to see if anybody has any questions for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's open it up for questions. The one I had was, what sort of, for a council our size, what sort of contribution would you be thinking council should look at?
That's a really good question. I can say that, you know, we've had like Whangarei, they offered us over the course of 3 years, they offered $15,000 a year to support for the dissexing and microchipping. And so what that can translate into is how many cats. I can't give you a specific answer because how we do this is we work with local veterinarians. So these are local businesses in your community, and we negotiate the price with them. We, at this point, have been charging the cat owner $30 for that voucher. So anything more, SPCA covers the cost, or so, and that can be very contingent on what that local vet is charging. And of course, it is a business, so prices fluctuate for the cost of these procedures. So it can be hard to know exactly how many cats a particular amount of money will get you. But what we've seen, so Whangarei has offered, was offering $15,000 a year. Waitaki, I believe, oh, I would hate to say this without having it for sure. I cannot off the top of my head remember what Waitaki Council offered, but I can get you those numbers. And that's the thing. I'm not the manager of this program. I'm with the science team, but the manager of this program is able to have all those specific conversations around costs and services with you.
Thank you. No, that's great. Even the Whangarei example just gives us an indication of what you're talking about. Any further questions from the team? Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, specific to the Manawatu district, do you have any information on the scale of the problem here and the impacts it might be having?
I don't have specific information for Manawatu. I can tell you that on average, we take in 20,000 cats and kittens every year. It's probably a solid number for us across the country. We know that stray cat densities are dependent on population centers. So the more people you have living in an area, you're going to have more stray cats. So what I can tell you is you probably have more issues in your communities where more people live. But what that looks like coming into our centers is really tricky. One thing that I do want to point out, knowing, and we commend Manawatu for having a bylaw requiring people to dissex their cats, is that we like to look at this as helping people comply with that bylaw. We do a lot of work with councils to pass bylaws requiring dissexing and microchipping, but we know that those bylaws alone are not going to get us to where we need to go. We also have to offer comprehensive services and help people achieve dissexing. So in many ways, this is, you might have people who just cannot afford this. And so this is one way to help people also comply with those bylaws that they're required to do.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christina, for this morning, for your submission, but also for your presentation and joining us online. So you've given us something to have a look at and consider. So we will come back to you in due course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye. Right, we're on page 83 from the Tikanga Marae. Welcome team, come and join us at the table. And we're on page 83.
Tēnā tātou e tēnei rangi a tāhua, tēnei taku mahi ki a koutou, o tērā ki taku whānau ka muri au ki ngā hapu katoa o te rohi nei, ko Ngāti Kaupatau, ko Ngāti Pikiahi Wāngai, ko Ngāti Mata, ko Re Rangatahi, ko Rangitāne hoki. Nei rā taku mahi. Before I start, I have to give our thoughts on Ngāti Kaupatau at this time. You may remember that Christine spoke on Friday and she lost her son that night actually, so I think he's heading out to Land State at Kaupatau today, so our tino thoughts are to them at this time. Before I get going, I thought I'll relieve you of your thing. I'm not asking for any money today. But I also mean, just before I get started, I'll take my submission as read. But I was here on Friday and on Thursday as well, and just watching your work that you're going through this, I'm serious. I mean, in my job itself, I do a lot of reading. And I know how draining a lot of reading has been. So to sit there, especially on Friday, you've got from whatever time you started in the morning to ridiculous time at night time. There's no way any sane person can sit through a whole day and do all the reading, even though you do it beforehand, to clearly come up with a, you know, at lunchtime, you're tired, let's get real. And then by late afternoon, you're even more tired. And if you're lucky, you're going to have that 10-minute break. But to give proper thought to any deliberation in a day like that has to be difficult. So big ups to all of you.
Thank you. I just want to point out to you, we haven't started deliberations. That's the next stage.
Well, I know, but
so we were simply hearing and asking questions. But I absolutely take your point. But thank you for that anyway.
Okay, I'll get started. I'm speaking on behalf of Te Tikanga Marae, and Te Tikanga Marae endorse the sentiments of all of the other marae that have spoken thus far. Te Tikanga Marae have the same issues and aspirations as Popotati, Te Hiri, and ngā iwi o te ruru, or ngā kapa o te ruru. For that reason, I will only be speaking to the government's bill to restore the rights of communities to determine whether to introduce Māori wards. I have no doubt the council has already spoken on this matter, and I thought I would jump ahead before any final decisions are made. Although I'm sure some of you have possibly clicked off now because you've already possibly made your decision up, mind up. As a member of Te Kōturi Reo and Te Tikanga Marae, I last spoke in this chamber when Hapu and Iwi came together to oppose the council's decision to oppose Māori wards. Therefore, it disheartens me that we are in a similar situation today. I grew up in a house where we were taught equality and fair play, irrespective of who you are. We were taught to speak for those who are unable to do it for themselves, even if that meant going against the majority. But we came to learn that what we learned at our home was not the reality when we left it. As early as primary school, I knew I was different from my Pākehā mates. As a child, I did not understand why I was treated differently to them. I had not done anything less or more than what they had done. At high school, we did not understand why a headcount of Māori students occurred every year. We wondered why Pākehā, Samoan, Chinese and any other ethnic community were not counted. I can tell you now, it did not make us feel special to be singled out for being Māori. In the third form, I was put into an English extension class. My classmates were immigrants with very little English. That was disturbing given I already had a good command of the English language. To top it off, Māori were only encouraged to become labourers because apparently that's all we were good about to. Once again, that did not make us feel special. By this time, it was hard to resolve my upbringing of equality and fair play with the reality put in front of me by others. I do not blame the councillors or every other Pākehā for what happened to me, but my experience is the reality of many Māori growing up in this country and growing up in this town. All facets of New Zealand institutions, whether at school, in sports teams, in towns and in businesses, and even this council have some sort of unconscious bias. I know that term may be confronting, but don't be scared, embrace it. We all need to forgive those biases when we consider the biases portrayed in books, in newspapers, on television, and now on social media. It is simply amazing how anyone in this country could have dodged any of the inaccurate negative portrayals that have been put out over the last 184 years. Savages, unclean, and seriously, what is a noble savage but nothing more than a contradiction in terms? How can we forget the negative portrayals of the past when those same biases continue today? How can we turn a blind eye to the negative reinforcement the current government is perpetuating, all for the sake of votes and popularity? David Seymour is quoted as saying, "Equality before the law and local democracy are critically important." He went on to say, ACT believes that all individuals should be equal before the law, regardless of race, gender, sexuality, religion, or political belief. While in principle I agree with his sentiment, but frankly, true equality only works if it occurs through every step of the process, not at the end simply by casting a vote. It is a fallacy to think equality and democracy is based on everyone eligible to vote has the right to cast a vote. A referendum, a population of 33,000 people that only applies to less than 6,000 eligible Māori voters in the NDC district, is unfathomable to think that at least half of the total population will be able to vote on a group of people they don't really know anything about. But I have an idea for a referendum. I think the time has come for us to have a referendum on whether or not the people living rurally should be allowed to have councillors. I mean, can we really say the people living rurally have taken their civic duty seriously? Let's look at the history of dairy farming. I mean, it's no secret dairy cows and their manure produce greenhouse gas emissions, which contribute to climate change. The environmental consequences of dairying include pollution of surface and groundwater, destruction of wetland and native lowland forests of farm development, increased damage to freshwater and estuarine habitat through contamination and nutrient pollution of surface and groundwater. Now, I'd be the first to admit that I don't really know anything about rural living, farming and its people, its culture, its needs, its hopes or aspirations. And if you think that I've ever done so much as to glance at a book on farming and rural living, I haven't. You'd be sadly mistaken. Now, I don't seriously believe we should have a referendum on whether or not on rural wards. And that's my point with Māori wards. I don't seriously believe we should have a referendum on Māori wards. So my point here is, should we not apply the same process on rural wards? What do we do on the Māori wards? Why should we, those of us that live in town, not have a say on rural wards after all? Why should they get their own special ward based on where they live? Do they not have the same rights as us townies to use public libraries, go to the park, or even access water? Oops, my bad. Te Rurus are still waiting for water. After all, this is about equality. In all seriousness, we'll go back to, I don't really think we should have a referendum. Equality by definition is the state of being equal, especially in status, rights and opportunities. Equality means each individual or group of people is given the same resources and opportunities regardless of their circumstances. But if we look back in our history in this region, and equality, it is not hard to find an inequality of resources and opportunities. In the early 1860s, Māori still owned all the land between the Ōrāua River and the Rangitike River. Our past sites were spread across the region. By 1868, the government created laws to take land from Māori in this region and further alienated us to small areas in the region. By 1869, the Manchester Blocks land scheme aimed to sell once owned Māori land to settle immigrants. In 1915, the Discharged Soldiers Settlement Act granted farmland to returned servicemen to buy cheap land. Please note, Māori weren't offered that service, despite more than 40,000 acres of land in this region had been taken in previous years. In the early 1920s, my own grandfather was told if he wanted to get paid for his weekly wage, he had to change his name from Kearney to Kane. I don't think his mate John Smith got told the same thing. In the 1940s, my uncle's school year saw him beaten for simply being Māori. His trauma so much traumatized him, he attempted to scrub his skin white. As mentioned earlier, with my own experiences, all highlighted continued periods in time of inequality. Please note, I do not blame the Council of Pākehā for the injustices of the past, but when the same legislative inequalities still apply today, it only exasperates continued bias brought on by the past. Democracy. Let's look at that word. By definition, it refers to control of an organisation or group by the majority of its members. So let's think that if the majority of its members have been unconsciously influenced by negative stereotypical jargon against a minority group, how is it possible for the minority group to believe in democracy means equality and fair play? Democracy exists when the majority are the all. Democracy of the all requires equality and fair play. Māori wards help bridge the gap by bringing balance. When the all achieve balance, the all achieve equality, and the all achieve equality, the all achieve equity. In short, Māori wards are good for this council, Māori wards are good for the district, and Māori wards are good for the all. Be that brave councillor and push back against central government's bill to restore the rights of communities to determine whether or not to address Māori wards. Put the decision back in the hands of the council. Te hei mauri ora.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, and really good explanation there. So let's open it up for any questions from the team. Councillor Balsky.
I've got to leave you now to a funeral, but I'm not walking out because of what you said.
Okay.
But I'm not in favour of Maori wards, but I'm also not in favour of rural wards. And I believe we should all have an opportunity to put our name forward and prove ourselves. I believe Councillor Bell has done such a great job that even on a standalone, she would, I believe, easy get in. So, but thank you for the opportunity, and I certainly heard what you said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions to the submitter? Councillor Short, a question. Councillor Bell.
What a way to end the day. Tēnā koe. Fire, we will, obviously, it hasn't been out to the community yet, and you'll see other councils are starting to look at the two recommendations that our central government are asking, which is one, to disestablish the Māori ward, and the second, we will obviously go to a referendum. The question that I have for Te Tikanga is, are you asking council governance to make a stand in what way? As a submission to central government like PNC? Are you asking us to vocalise to the community where we stand? Are you asking us to vote where we stand and we go with the majority? I just want us to be really clear what Te Tikanga will expect from us in the next month when this hits our agenda on the table.
That's a good question. It certainly isn't for the majority, because let's face it, the majority isn't Māori. So I guess really I'm asking for this council to push back against the government's plan on that bill to keep Māori wards. And that is Te Tikanga's expectation, along with all those other aspirations, the other that I had.
Tēnā koe, thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission, and again, thank you for making the effort to write your submission, but also with you and your supporters to turn up in council and talk to us. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much.
I te whare whakaruru hau, te tikanga ki toko rangi. Te tikanga ki toko rangi. Ngāti piki ahu wai wai, noku tēnei iwi. Ngāti piki ahu wai wai, te iwi ka inga. Ka hoki ngā mahara, ki te reo kutupuna. Te tikanga ki toko rangi. I have returned to my land, to the valley of my tupuna, to the house that will shelter me. Te tikanga ki toko rangi. Ngati peki ahu wai wai, that's me, that's my people. Ngati peki ahu wai wai, the blood runs through my veins. I have remembered your name. I can stand tall and proud again. I can stand tall and proud again.
Mai rio kia tātai.
Thank you. Right, thank you. Our final submission today is from our infrastructure team. You received a hard copy of that this morning. Thank you. And so welcome Hamish to the table. So we won't have had a chance, Hamish, to go through this in any great detail, so you may have to bear with us and take us through it. And are you happy if we ask questions along the way?
Yeah, please, by all means, and thank you, Your Worship. I guess as we get to the deliberation stage, we can cover this off in more detail. I just wanted to introduce it formally as part of the hearing process. And the reason for that, there's 3 key points in here. How long we take to talk about them will depend entirely on yourselves in terms of the questioning. I intend to be fairly quick with it. The first one is in relation to essentially the government's change in the GPS for land transport. And we've talked about this previously in terms of what it might mean for MDC. So the government process runs in parallel to, but not perfectly aligned with the council process in terms of LTP, budget setting and the like. The key change that's captured in here is the refocusing of money away from sort of what the new government would call discretionary non-economic projects like walking and cycling, and really focusing that funding on core road maintenance and the like. So what that means for us is that when we put together the initial, excuse me, the initial bid, if you like, for the next 3 years of roading, which has gone into the LTP, we made a range of assumptions around the work categories that were there and the network need. The change in the GPS has meant that those work categories had changed, and I'll draw your attention to the table 1 on the front page of the submission document. So change to the funding categories, but also a change to the way that the government will allow for those funding categories to be used. And in the past, there was a lot more discretion to effectively channel core road maintenance funding into other stuff like walking and cycling and the like. So the new government's been really, really clear. The GPS outlines it in black and white. They want the money spent in the areas where it's tagged. There's more money in road maintenance and there's less money in walking and cycling. So what does it mean for us? The key thing for us is that we have essentially looked at what we had funded or potentially had funded in the walking and cycling category, which was largely the Te Araroa Trail project, if you like. And hearing the very clear steers, not just from the government policy statement, but also our local investment advisor from NZTA, we've refocused our funding application to really put it into that road maintenance funding. And the reason for that is we're very unlikely to get any funding in the walking and cycling space. And if we miss out on that, then we've also missed out on the investment in the roading network. And so we've made the call as part of that process with NZTA, and you'll see in here the timeframes for that refocused funding was at the beginning of April. And so council's got probably a decision to make in there in terms of if there's a willingness or a desire to continue with the Te Araroa Trail as a key project, and I did hear the Fielding Trails presentation and what that might mean in terms of the wider district. But essentially, if we want to do it, we're going to have to pay for it ourselves. That could come at the potential sacrifice to some of the money that we would get from NZTA for the road maintenance, and we use some of that local share. But essentially, for every dollar we save there, that's $2 of investment not going into the roading network. So from a 3-year funding block, NZTA, the walking and cycling money off the table, or will be off the table. The impact for us, Te Araroa Trail, the option for us is, do we want to continue with that in some way, shape or form with investment on our own back? And that may well be a lower grade, lower standard of track, or some potential seed funding to work with the Te Araroa Trail Trust or something like that. So we haven't proposed anything like that as part of this submission. It's just really giving council a heads up in a public forum in terms of that change in the government funding and the changes that we've made in terms of MDC's roading program for the next 3 years. So that's one. Happy to take any questions on that before I move to number 2, or I can just keep going.
Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, Hamish, so not quite sure for the reason for the submission. What you're saying is that since we've published the draft LTP, that things have changed and you need more money. Is that?
No, what we're saying is sorry, I didn't cover that clearly. The bottom line won't change. So we're not looking for any more money. It's just that the things we thought we'd be spending our money on in terms of the Te Araroa Trail, we're no longer planning to do that in terms of what NZTA are going to fund. And that's the purpose for I guess it's relevant in terms of a public process.
So we might need to do a bit of reshuffling. Is it reshuffling the budgets or?
No, we've done the reshuffling to make sure that we retain all of the NZTA subsidy, but it's all focused in road maintenance and pavement rehab work. There is no current sort of plan to put money into the Te Araroa Trail. If we want to do that, it will be an additional budget, which may require some reshuffling during the deliberation stage if council chooses to do that. So.
Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
I did actually read this last night. You'll be pleased to know.
Well done.
What you're telling us, just so that I'm clear, is that if we don't reallocate, we miss out on the 51% that we might use somewhere else.
Correct.
It's just a matter of actually how we don't spend any more, but we still get the 51% on a share of whatever it is that we may do.
That's correct, in that roading maintenance space. Yep.
I'm pleased that I read that right.
Yep. Well done. Congratulations. So really clear, Councillor Campbell, no extra money required, but if council wants to progress the Te Araroa Trail on its own back or in partnership with the trust, that may require additional funding, which is not currently in the budgets.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Yeah, thank you. Have we had contact with the trust, and if so, what stage are they at?
I don't believe so. Looking at, no, we haven't yet. This has just come from the early stages of changing this with NZTA to get it onto this process with our LTP. But we would certainly do that.
Right. So my understanding is that part of the big piece of work was finding an off-road route through from Mount Big School down into Fielding, and that would involve cooperation from farmers and landowners, etc.
Correct.
So what I'm interested to know is how far is that advanced, if at all?
So I can't give you that answer here today on behalf of the trust. I can certainly find out or try and find out between now and deliberations, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yeah, that would be useful to know.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Second one, and again, I also failed to mention at the start, none of these requests are seeking more money from council. So just to be clear on that. The second one is the waste minimisation plan, and particularly the curbside recycling, curbside collection of organic food waste. If you recall, when we adopted the waste management minimisation plan, we had a plan to change the way that we provide curbside services, which included the introduction of the mobile garbage bin, the MGB, to replace the blue bags. And we're going to look to introduce food waste recycling in Fielding and the villages, and also introduce the recycling services to the villages as well. As we were developing the long-term plan budgets prior to Christmas, we realised that the cost of implementing that was looking more and more untenable, particularly as we tried to pull together the final number, which resulted in the 7.09% total rate increase, if you like. So that whole additional solid waste service and change was taken out. At the time, we didn't have the information from the contractor to separate out just the food waste organics. So this part of the submission is essentially looking to bring that back in, and again, without any rate funding, because two things. One, we have secured an external grant from MFE to fund the capital purchase of the food waste bins, and they require some sort of proof that we're going to do it, which is part of this proposal. So there's no capital cost for us in there. And then secondly, the operational cost of delivering the service, we are intending to fund via the waste levy for the first at least 3 years, because this service is compulsory in 2030 or potentially earlier, depending on a few components within the legislation. But what we're saying is that whilst it's not compulsory, we're looking at having 100% waste levy funded in Feilding, and then that'll give us the next bite of it at the next long-term plan to look at where the legislation sits and how we might fund that going forward, and whether there's a user charge component to that. So again, looking to purchase the bins with the MFE grant money in year 1 of the long-term plan, with a view to introducing the service from year 2 onwards in Feilding for the Feilding food organics only. And all of that for the first period of time will be covered via the waste levy, so no rates in there. And that is consistent with the waste management minimisation plan that council adopted a couple of years ago. Happy to take any questions on that.
Councillor Underwood.
Just a couple of questions. With the reserves that you're going to be using, that obviously we'll use them up and they won't be available for anything else. Was there any indication that those reserves may be needed for anything else?
Thank you. Good question. So at the moment, we've got about $1.2 million in reserve from the waste levy. The table on page 7 of 11 of the submission, that outlines how we would look to spend, at least in the first sort of 6 years or so, the money that we have and what comes in. The full waste management minimisation plan outlines the full program of works. Key thing is, if I refer you to page 5, you've got the landfill levy, which is looking to increase every year in terms of what we have to pay, but also the amount we get back. And so, yes, there is an equation there in terms of how much we spend versus how much we get in and what the residual balance is. And that's also covered on page 1 of the pages. But essentially, at the moment, that funding is unallocated other than what's already contained in the waste management minimisation plan. And so we won't run out of money and then have other things that we plan to do that we won't be able to do. So it's there for exactly these sorts of purposes, to minimise landfill disposal, if you like. So that's the whole point of it coming back to council, is to implement these types of plans.
And it talked about projected income from the collection of this waste, and I assume that's making compost and selling it. Is that what?
Well, the income's the waste levy, which is what we get from the landfill. What we do with the product and how there's a further component to that in terms of either compost product or green, naturally produced biomethane, biogas. Separate discussions, but they will form an income stream within the wider solid waste area.
So the income referred to as waste levy?
Is waste levy income, that's correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hadfield.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Again, just clarification, Hamish. So the 1.2 is currently the reserve after the weighbridge?
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you. And obviously that income will be topped up every year as our income comes in.
Yep.
So I've sort of answered my own question, is that there will still be funding available for the little community stuff that we look at in the...
Yes, there is. Yep.
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 Yep. See,
yep. Brittany's nodding.
Brittany's nodding their head, so that's cool.
And if you look at, sorry, Councillor, if you look at page 8, it sort of gives that rough kind of expenditure versus income, and then the residual balance at the end of each financial year. So even after the end of year 6, we should have still about $500,000 left.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further. Right, last one. Short and sweet is the Waituna West Rural Water Scheme. So we had put money into the budget, and again, there's no extra money required or requested here. to essentially tidy up some loose ends from when the project was, well, when the water scheme was established. Not uncommon for these sort of schemes back in the day. They were put in place. Handshake agreements with landowners around pump locations, bore access locations, pipes and the like. So this is one we've been working with the landowner to acquire the land. We had put it into years 2 and 3, and that includes the land purchase and any easements needed to continue operating the scheme. Those discussions have progressed really well. The landowner's been very much on board to try and work through this, and so we're just looking to bring that money forward to year 1 from years 2 and 3. It's about 150K. So we're not talking big numbers, but I thought it was useful in terms of the long-term plan, the public process, that we can actually demonstrate that we're getting on with things, and this is tidying up some of those loose ends, if you like, that have sort of hung around for decades. So not particularly contentious. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you. Any questions for that particular one?
Back to the first one,
Mm-hmm.
please. You said not asking for any more money.
Yep.
I just want to be clear. So as a result of these updated work categories, in order for us to progress any work we wanted to do on Te Araroa Trail, we would actually have to allocate more money in the budget to do that.
That's correct, yeah.
But no more money is needed for roading maintenance.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so not quite. No more money.
No more money unless we want to, yeah.
Do what we decided we wanted to do before we put this paper together.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Nothing further?
Maybe I'm permitted to ask a question of the infrastructure team not covered in this? Thank you.
Certainly, because lunch is getting...
Yeah, well, it won't be, it'll be very quick as long as you just answer quickly. In terms of the government statement regarding basically emergency management.
Yep.
Do we have sufficient money budgeted to cover that, do you believe, going forward?
Yep, interesting point. Yes, in terms of our core responsibilities as a council, and the way that we work with Horizons as our group coordination on that, yes, I believe we do. However, hearing some of the submissions and some of the work that we've been doing, there potentially is an opportunity to sort of grow that that capacity in the community through some of the civil defence responsiveness. And I'm thinking particularly in terms of that welfare community coordination. We don't have budgeted money for that at all. There is the potential to look at what that might look like and potentially provide some funding towards increasing our overall civil defence community capacity as a whole. Yep.
Like your worship, and then I'll shut up. Did you have a feel for what sort of dollar figure that may be?
Not top of my head, but we're probably talking a few tens of thousands as opposed to a few hundreds of thousands per year.
Great, nothing further. Excellent. On that basis, thank you for your participation and thank you to our community for being engaged so well during this process of hearings. And so with that, I'll declare our council hearings of submissions closed. Okay. And I'm happy to move that council receive all of the submissions that for our long-term plan. Can I have that seconded? Councillor Ford, put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? The motion is carried. So with that, I will close our meeting. Thank you. Can I also ask councillors, we'll break for lunch now, but can you please come back? We want